Hello one and all, ladies and gents, to the second round of the World Sports Car Challenge, the 4th season, and we are at sunny Silverstone. It's a bit chilly out there on the circuit though, as we are through mid-December, but we are mid-qualifying for this great circuit with a full grid of LMP2s and GT3s presented to you today. Of course, as previously mentioned, we are at the home of British motorsport, which is Silverstone. It's 9 degrees out there, which is very cold indeed. But it's going to be dry throughout, which is very unusual for this part of the world. Usually England is famous for having lots of rain in very unregular format. So nice to have a bit of a change, and that means that the drivers can focus on what's at hand, and that is driving around this great circuit. Very famous for a few things, which is Maggers and Beckett's. Of course, you've got the new Formula 1 complex as well, which adds a village complex as well, and the whole of Sector 1 in general, and that's what we're using today. Not the old pit stops, but the brand new ones where the Formula 1 cars go nowadays. And of course that means what we've got a full GP endurance circuit for you, 6 hours of racing where they start during the day and go into the night. That means you're going to have that gorgeous transition from day into night as well, which R Factor does spectacularly, going with the sunset. Beautiful images for those of you that love your screenshots to be taken. Commentating for the day is myself, Matthew Sanson, and broadcaster or broadcast director and in race control is one and only David Buckley. So he's going to be looking after the grid, making sure everyone behaves out there, and we're going to be taking you through the action ourselves and making sure we capture every spectacular moment for this particular round. As we just mentioned, we are mid-qualifying at the moment. We've got the GT3s out and about on the circuit, and it is Gregos Bielat who is in the lead at the moment with a lap time of 2:01.140, which is very competitive indeed. And we've got right behind Andrea Novioli, and that is a 2:01.214 on the board for you there as well. So very close times between the top four, 0.07 of a second or 1/10 of a second between those two top running teams. In third place we've got Christian Pallison in the GT3 with a 2:01.437, so very close in the top end of the grid so far. Go Team Racing in third at the moment, and then we've got Dylan Tarboton in fourth for RSA Sim Races in the 69 Corvette, and that is a 2:01.486. So a few 10ths of a second between our top running teams here. Simco round out the top 5 in the 19 car with a 2:01.757 for you. Still a few minutes left in qualifying 2, so a lot can still happen in these closing stages, but that is your top 5. Got 33 teams with us this afternoon. Of course, if you are new to the series, then you'll understand that the LMP2s will go after the GT3s. The qualifying is split into two 15-minute sessions, 30 minutes in total, and it will be the LMP2s that get the second half of the track day. Not too sure if they prefer that way or not, but it does mean that the circuit will have that slightly higher level of grip as compared to the GT3s. And of course the GT3s are laying the rubber out at the moment as they do their laps. 22 in total, GT3s, and it's a fairly chunky grid for a place like this. Let's hope they will get to the end of this particular race. And if you are just joining us and you don't know who we are, then by all means check us out on our website at checkerflagsinsports.com. Oh look, there's a Facebook post just in the bottom left there for you to use, or you can come and join us on our website or Facebook by subscribing below. So let's get down to the action then with Gregos Bielat. He's currently going around the circuit in the 89 car. We've still got Christian Pallesen. He's just gone up the order by a few places for Go Team Racing in the 13 Corvette, so that's good for him. He's posted a lap time of 2 minutes 0.1, so they are coming down. Gregor Spulat in the meantime setting purple sectors in 2 and 3. So it's a 1:59.875 is the time to beat. So really starting to ramp up the pace here as we get to the closing stages of qualifying. Just 4 minutes left before the LMP2s are unleashed onto the circuit. Dennis Castillo-Sims is now in third for the Ferrari of Bros Racing, and that is a time of 2 minutes 0.9, and he's just been demoted by Balatskis in the Porsche 911. Very fast lap timing car, but it's the endurance aspect of it that it tends to suffer with, that tyre life, which is going to be a problem here for those cars at Silverstone, because tyre degradation, there's a lot of high speed corners here, and that will result in a lot of graining on those front left tyres. Let's go on board with one of the cars as they come into the last few laps then, and take you around Silverstone circuit as best we can. Let's fingers crossed we can get this Corvette number 13 with Christian Pallesen. He's just coming across this start finish line now, and he's still going. So coming down, oh, he's actually going to abandon that, which I suspected that was going to be the case, because he's just set that fastest lap. They only tend to do about 2 or 3 at a time before they come back into the pit lane. Let's try and find a car that is currently going around the circuit on their warm-up lap then. They've still got a few last-minute shots before they have to come back in. We have Gregor Spulat now demoted into second place. Christian Pallesen and that Corvette taking pole position there for Go Team Racing. That is a lap time of 1:59.798 for you. That's only 0.077 seconds faster than Gregor Spulat for Luna Racing there. In third place, we've still got Andrea Nivoli for the, I think that's the new entry for this round, which is Minato Boffa Sim Racing, but for some reason they haven't taken the 111 out on track, so I'm not too sure what's going on there. And then we have the 19 from Simco, which is a lap time of 2 minutes 0.5. So times are starting to come down for the top part of the grid. If we go all the way down to P10, we've got a 2:01.474. But right now we'll stay on board with Christian Pallesen, because he's about to go on to another fast lap. So he's trying to, I don't think he's going to make it, in fact, because it's 15 minutes left in about 30 seconds. It's going to be a tight squeeze to be able to get across the line in time. 23 seconds, so I think he might just make it in time. We'll stay on board with Christian for now then, as the GT3s come to the end of their qualifying session. What is left in the bag though? I mean, 1:59 is a very fast time indeed. He's going to have to give it everything if he's going to be able to get across the line in time. Yellow in sector 1, that's probably coming through the village complex as well. So here we go, across the line just about in the nick of time. He starts that flying lap with a few seconds left.
Control.
Coming into sector 1.
Qualifying is now over. You may finish your current qualifying flying lap. LMP2s now are allowed on circuit.
So that was just a race director saying that qualifying has ended, but Christian Pallesen just narrowly getting into the start-finish line before the end of the session, so he's going to be able to complete this lap luckily. Through the village complex we go, very tight and twisty and technical. You need to perfect that exit slip coming down onto the run towards sector 2 now. Look out for that 50-meter board. That's your braking reference, and then kind of trail brake down to the apex. Very important that you do that, and then stay about mid-circuit before coming back down onto the apex of Luffield, and then just feather the throttle, gradually increase as you come onto the exit, onto the old pit straight towards Cops. And just stay onto the left-hand side. Use the braking reference on as an LMP2 trying to cut through. That's one of the Team Rookie Monster cars. Now, Christian Pallesen is still in pole position at the moment. I don't think any other of the other GT3s are still running. He just timed it perfectly. Coming through Magnussen Beckett's. Want to ride the inside curb of the first one as much as you can. Not too much for the second. And then it's all about that throttle management as you perfect that exit down towards Vale now. Coming through Vale quite nicely there. It's all about that throttle management again. There's a lot of high-speed corners here, and then slow things right down for Club. Hit the apex if you can, but not too aggressively, because you have got those sleeping policemen on the inside. And then stay away from the curbs for the extra onto the last corner and across the line. Is it going to be an improvement? Buildup goes faster with a 159.5 in the last few stages of qualifying. That last flying lap is where it counted, and Christian Pallison wasn't able to improve. Oh no, he has. He's done a 159.027. My live timing is just updated, and he has improved by at least half a second. That is incredible. So that is your lineup for the GT3s then, as the LMP2s are now out on track. So you've got Christian Pallison for Go Team Racing taking pole position, Gregor Buildup for the 98 of Luna Racing, Dylan Tarboten in the 69 for RSA Sim Racers, and then we've got the 19 from Simco in P4. Their sister car is with Balaskis behind the wheel is P5, and then P6 is Panica Gaming with Arcadius Atriba. Then we've got Andrea Navoli with a 2-minute 2 in P7, Andrew Parkinson's for Track VR in P8, and then it is Dennis Castillo Sims for Bros Racing, and then Simon Marshall for the 73 Team Rookie Monsters. So that's your lineup for GT3. And the LMP2s are now firmly out on track, setting their lap times. We've got a few starting to come through now as they go across the start-finishing line. Let's go into the qualifying mode for our overlay here, and let's see who is doing what. So Mantis Ricus, the number 1 car. They've updated their livery for this round. And just coming through Sector 2 into Copse Corner as we speak. And they won last round at the 3 hours of Portimao. So they're leading the championship with 25 points. And their competitors, who are just behind, are Go Team Racing in the number 7 car. And third, we've got On-Off Racing with 20 points. So that's the top 3 for the LMP2 standings as we speak. And just touching on the GT3s while we're at it, while we've got the standings up in front of us, the Luna Racing were the victors last round 2 weeks ago at 3 hours of Portimao, and then in second place it was the 87 from Bros Racing Ferrari, and then it was the 18 from Simco in P3 as well. So that's your top 3 after the first round of racing. So of course, being a 6-hour race, there are points awarded at 2 points, that being the 3-hour mark, and then at the checkered flag at the full 6 hours. So all the rounds at WSCC that are 6 hours in length always have 50 points, or a maximum of 50 points available, which is why it makes these rounds so special indeed. So they haven't just got to think about where they're going to be in 6 hours time, they've also got to make sure that they are in a good position from the get-go so that they get those points halfway through the race. So first times are coming through on the board. What have we got with us at the moment is Young Nicholas Vita with Bros Racing. That takes pole position for now with a 146. Black Hawk Racing in P2 with a 146.2. Pim Van Aert with a 0.4. So all pretty much sitting inside 146 for the time being. First one outside of that is David Junt with a 147.1. Got 10 times on the board at the moment. Last place going to the bottom of that is Juice's Motorsport Club with Craig Hyde with a 147.8. So 2 seconds adrift, or 1.8 seconds from pole sitter to the person at the back of the grid, but still plenty of time to go before we get to the end of qualifying here. And we can certainly expect them to go into the 45s as that fuel level starts to go down a bit further. Of course, it is very cold here as well, so it will take time for those tyres to get up to the optimal temperatures. So no doubt that is playing a factor on these lap times as well. But again, I firmly expect this to go into 45s, maybe even a high 44 if they really decide to push it. Mantis Ricus coming across the line. He is in first place at the moment with a 145.781, as we just said. So he's just finding that extra tenth or two out on track. as David Junt for Black Hawk Racing goes out onto the circuit. This is going to be his out lap, so it's all about making sure those tyres are warm for when you decide to go full pelt on your flying laps. Typically, again, they only put in 3 laps worth of fuel. That's your out lap, your warm-up lap, and then your flying lap. Going into Sector 2 now. Exit of Luffield Corner. So it's going to be talking ahead and thinking of the race itself. There's going to be a lot of traffic problems for the LMP2s here, especially in the likes of Maggotts and Beckett's, which we're just going into now. Of course, for the GT3s, they're already going to be at 100% entering that set of corners, and the LMP2s, of course, can carry a lot more speed through the apex before they have to slow down, before they propel themselves on towards Vale and that long straight, which is very important for them. But with the GT3s there, this is going to be a very interesting circuit as always. Silverstone always good for endurance racing, as we come now onto a flying lap with David Junt. He's currently sitting in P8 as we go towards turn 1. Through Abbey we go, and Farm as we go over to the left hand side. Watch out for that 100-metre marker. Heavy braking down into the village complex. Over to the right hand side as much as you can. Decelerate, let the engine do the work, and then smack bang on the throttle again on towards Aintree, down towards Wellington Straight. Good overtaking opportunity if you're in the slipstream of another car. But you have to get it done quick before you enter Brooklands. Oh, and he goes a bit sideways. Rear end just doesn't like that whatsoever. Heavy braking, obviously trail braking in effect.
Car number 91 will start from the back of the grid due to exceeding qualifying time.
Oh, so that's a development. I did think that was the case when I saw one of the cars coming through at the last minute, but I didn't want to say anything just in case I was wrong. But Race Director confirms that 91 is exceeded the qualifying time window for the GT3s, and therefore will be sent to the back of the grid. But on board with David Junt once again, entering Maggotts and Beckett's. He's got the slipstream of the car ahead just slightly. Oh, a bit twitchy on the exit there. Runs a bit wide. Wasn't able to put down that throttle as early as you would like to. And now coming up towards Stowe. Nicely done. Could have hugged the inside curb just a bit there, but didn't overdo it. That's the important thing. We've got a purple Sector 1, but Sector 2 is about 0.4 seconds down, or just shy of 0.4 seconds down, so he's lost a bit of time there as he comes across the start-finish line. What's it going to be? Is an improvement from P10 for Black Hawk Racing? And it's P3. So amazing lap there from David Junt. And he's going for one more as well, so he could even improve on this particular one. So it's a purple Sector 1 and Sector 3. It was just that Sector 4 that he didn't get right, and that was Maggotts and Beckett's, I believe, because you saw the car understeering, and it also on the entry to Brooklands as well, as the car went a bit sideways, which he had to correct, and that would have scrubbed off essential speed. But still, to get P3 with that kind of lap, that is incredible stuff. So we have had a few changes up at the top of the order as well. We have Jan-Niklas Viter, who's just gone fastest for Bros Racing Orica team, the 89. That's a 145.5. And then in second, we've got Mantis. Oh, and Max Scholten's gone faster again. Robert Porn's gone into first place now. So we've had 3 changes in 3 seconds there. That is very remarkable indeed. So Robert Pawn for the Team Rookie Monster car, 145.443 is your time to beat. Max Scholten for the Fair Racing team, 145.509. So it's hardly any time at all between those two. 0.066 between our top running teams. If you look further back, it's just 0.114, 0.117. The times between these top running LMP2 teams is staggering. Mantis Rika is settling for P4 for the time being, 145.56. Pim Van Aert goes fastest now for Fair Racing team. That's the other sister car, the 57, coming in with 3 minutes to go. You cannot put a piece of paper between any of these cars. The gap between our leaders now is 0.021 seconds, ladies and gents. That is incredible. Davy Junk going for one final run now, as is the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters. And we will go on board with Robert for his flying lap. He comes down towards Stowe. This is going to be his last chance though, of course. Lap time's coming in at 1:45, so he may be able to go for 2 laps depending on how he goes on this particular one. Let's see what the time is as he goes across the start-finish line. Right, here we go then. On board with the number 2 Team Rookie Monster car. Didn't have a great experience 2 weeks ago at the 3 Hours of Portimao, but hopefully they can rectify those problems and come home strong here. Heavy braking for Village. Over to the right hand side, let the engine do the braking. Nicely done, clips the inside curb. Back up to speed now for Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. .50-metre board hit nicely. Trail braking down towards the apex. A nice gear change just to get the car propelled off the corner. And then swooping back down on to the old GP start-finish line. Sector times coming in. Purple sector 1 as he entered Copse. Nicely done. Could have used a bit more curb perhaps. And now into Magazine Beckett's concentrating. Very important part of the circuit, can lose a lot of time here. Nicely done though. Back up to speed. And across sector 2 is 0.3 seconds faster. It's a blue sector here for the number 2 Team Rookie Monster car coming towards Stowe. Robert really putting down the pace as we enter the final sector. Can it all come together though? That's the question. Pim Van Aert is a 145.423 to beat. Oh, he gets a bit twitchy under braking. Cars is slightly unsettled. Will it affect the overall time though as he comes now onto the exit of club, over the final corner and across the line? What is it going to be? 145.079. That's pole position there for Robert and the number 2 Team Rookie Monster prototype. What a way to finish, and of course that is the session expired now. We may still have a few cars going out on circuit, which we do. Pim Van Aert, he's currently on a purple sector as well, 0.156 seconds faster. Can he bring it together in sector 2 though? Let's go on board with this Fair Racing 57. Oh, doesn't look as stable through Copse, but let's see what the time says. Still needs to navigate through Magazine Beckett's before we get that time posted to us. Nice throttle management there. Runs a bit deep though through Chapel. That's going to cost him a 10th or 2 as he comes across the start finish line. It's 0.073 over that purple sector time. In towards Stowe. He's got to make sure that this is perfect if he's going to be able to take that pole position. Robert Pawn still in pole position. There's a few cars that's still out on circuit. Oh no, he's made a mistake. He's made a mistake coming into club. That's going to cost him dearly. Comes across the start-finish line here for Pim Van Aert. And it's slower, 145.092. It's still a massive improvement. He's gone back up into P3 as the other cars were coming across the start-finish line. But that was not enough to take pole position. Ladies and gents, Mantis Rikus has in fact gone fastest by 0.001 second. I'm not lying when I say that. Fastest lap time, 145.078. The second fastest lap time, 145.079. Team Rookie Monsters, you've pretty much just done identical lap times, as close as you could get. Then Pim Van Ark, 0.013 seconds behind, and Max Scholten is 0.021 seconds behind. Let me put it this way, ladies and gents. If you took the top 6 positions in that qualifying session, they are less than 1/10 between one another. That's how close it is. 1/10 between all top 5 positions. That is crazy, crazy. Anyway, that is the end of qualifying, ladies and gents. That was spectacular as always. But right now we're going to go for a quick commercial break before we go into the 6 hours of Silverstone. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you in a bit. Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the live stream here for the 6 hours of Silverstone, which will play host to round 2 of the World Sports Car Challenge here, our 4th season. No other, or other than. We're just coming to the end of the warm-up and transitioning into the race session here, this very chilly day at the home of British Motorsport, and we've just gone through the qualifying results. Or qualifying stage with both GT3 and LMP2s for you. We'll run through the results as we go into the grid, as some of the cars are having a bit of fun before the race begins, it seems. Number 1 and the number 2 playing bumper cars on the live stream. And we're just going over to the race session now, it seems, as the game transitions. And is it me, or does it seem to be raining? I think it might be, which is not correct. It seems to be dry at this part or angle for some reason. No, it's definitely raining on the server for some reason. That is not correct. But we'll see how that plays out. Maybe it will dry very quickly. Not too sure. I can't see any rain from this particular angle, but not too sure what's going on there. Anyway, we'll run through the qualifying results for you, just so we can get an idea of who is where, if you're just joining us on the live stream. No point pondering over it too much. So Mantis Rikas took pole position with that staggeringly brilliant lap, 1:45.078, followed by Rob Pawn with a 1:45.079, but just 0.001 seconds between the two of them. Then Pim van Ark took third place for the Fair Racing team after he, for a second, was on a purple lap, but it didn't come together in that third sector, so that's 0.014 seconds behind our pole position. Fair Racing team with Max Scholten, the sister cars, in second place with 0.35, and then Black Hawk Racing round out the top 5 positions for you. Bros Racing Orica for Jan Viter in P6, and in 7th is On-Off Racing. Black Hawk Racing in P8, and then Royal Blue Racing in P9, and then rounding up the top 10 is Timothy Goer for
car number 11. If you can move up the grid to your qualifying position, please.
Juicy's Motorsport round out the remaining LMP2 slots for Juicy's Motorsport with Craig Hyde behind the wheel. And moving on to the GT3s, we have Go Team Racing with Christian Pallison behind
cars
the wheel.
GT3, if you could let the number 11 through to their correct position for the start, please.
And then Gregor Spielat in second place for Luna Racing. Dylan Tarbotton in P3 for the 69, and then we have the 19 from Simco in P4. Sister car goes into P5 with Panica Gaming in P6 with Arkadrius Otriba, and then we have one of the Road Racing stock cars for Andrea Nivoli, and then Scuderia with Roger D. Klein for the 19th position. We are fast approaching the end of the warm-up lap, so we'll quickly go through these. 20th place overall goes to Bros Racing Ferrari, Dennis Castillo Sims, Simon Marshall in the 21 for Team Rookie Monsters. Then we've got Carl Wright for SWMD Ajax Racing, and Team Rookie Monsters in the 23rd place in the number 3. Houdini Racing in 24th. 25th goes to Panica Gaming, and then Shattered Windscreen Racing is in 26th. As they are now coming into the starting position. So if we just get our
LMP2,
ready
if we
to
could
go.
slow down and form up into 2 wide positions, please. 2 wide positions for the start.
So coming down into the start now, as Janglix Viter is going in to pit lane, no doubt taking softs.
GT3, if you could slow down and get to 2 wide as well. LMP2, prepare for the start.
We are soon to be going racing.
Green, green, green.
And we're off. So Manchester Rigas takes the pole position. Robert Pawn is close behind. Pim van Ark in third as they come down now into Sector 1. All seems well as they all get through. No problems whatsoever. As we go over to the start for the GT3s as Gregor Spiller is in pit lane, as is a lot of the cars. I think that's probably because of the rain, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and Panicky Gaming go off there. So that's one casualty already off into the distance. I think that might be Arcadius Treba as he goes to the back of the order. And a few cars already in pit lane there. Back to the lead though as Mantis Rica's coming through Sector 1. And he seems to have made quite a decent lead over the rest of the competition. In the meantime, Pim van Up for the Fair Racing team have moved up by one position, demoting Robert Pawn in that car. So not so good for the number 2 at the start of the race. But of course, it is still a long way to go to the checkered flag. Max Scholten, the team sister car for the Fair Racing team, is still in P4. David Junt for Black Hawk Racing in P5. As they will navigate their way through Magus and Beckett's for the first time. Oh, and Robert goes off there into the distance. Luckily kept it out of the barriers, but is back underway now. Now all coming down into Sector 1. Let's go back to the lead because they are doing battle. Both coming to the pit lane here with Pim van Ark coming in as well. A lot of the cars now transitioning over. And we're now following Simon Marshall for 14th place. And he's coming into the pit lane as well. So a lot of changes going on in the early stages. Christian Lewis now in the 99 is in 24th place overall. A lot of cars now coming in. And we're now on board with second place in GT3. This is Dylan Tarboten. The only car ahead is Go Team Racing with Christian Pallison, which is up ahead. And he's just been taken down the inside. This is one of the Row Racing BMWs as he goes 3 wide through the corner. And that's Fair Racing team making contact. And that's not gone too well either. So Pim van Ark goes a bit wide. And my live timing is going absolutely crazy right now. So Dylan Tarboten gets demoted down into P3 as he goes a bit sideways into Luffield. Manages to keep it out of the barrier, so he's still going strong. And that's On-Off Racing trying to come through as well, so maybe didn't see the car in his mirrors. There's a lot of spray coming off the back of the cars as they come down into Copse Corner. And our leaders in class are now David Jump for the Black Hawk Racing car. So that is the 66. And in second place is the number 4 for Royal Blue Racing. So that is your top 2 for the time being. Timothy Goer for Go Team Racing is close behind in P3. And then we have the LMP2 from Black Hawk Racing. The sister car is in P3 now as he just took that position away. Also got a battle going on here between Mantis Rikas and Pim van Ark as they come through onto the start-finish straight. Going on board with Pim van Ark as he comes down into the first sector. Not too sure if it's still raining here, if that's just spray or not. lot of spray coming off the cars though as he backs
Warning
off
for
slightly.
the number 4 car for contact on lap 1. Warning for the number 4 car.
So there's a lot of reports coming in already from race control. And let's go over to our GT3 leaders if we can. So things have been mixed up quite a lot at the moment. Our GT3 leader is Arcadia Satriba for the number 1 from Panico Racing. That's the BMW. They're still going strong at the moment. They've got a fairly comfortable lead of 2.5 seconds over the car behind. And then in third we've got... Oh no, there's been a mistake from the second place car. That's given way to the second of the Panic Gaming machines, which is now in second place. That is the 76. Now coming into Cop's corner. Does look quite treacherous out there at the moment. I can't see any rain. Oh yeah, it is still raining on screen now that we've got a better camera angle. And moving further down the order, we've got Velasquez for the Simco Porsche team. He's currently running in P3. He's doing battle with the BMW. Another battle taking place between Mantis Ricus and Pim Van Aert. They're staying within striking distance of one another at the moment. 0.4 seconds between both cars as they come down towards Cops once more. And we've also got a battle between the 79 and the number 7 from Go Team Racing. They're side by side as we speak, as they're coming through Luffield. And it is Go Team Racing that get the advantage. They go on the outside line, able to apply the throttle that split second earlier. And that is up into 7th place for them. So let's see if we've had any people running into problems early on. Christian Lewis at the bottom of the grid for the 99. Andrew Parkinson also in pit lane for the number 11. So a few other cars that are still running. There's a penalty for Michael Rosenmeyer. That's a GT3 car for the Sol McLaren, the number 38, which is, or belongs to, For Fun Racing. So, not too sure what the penalty is for there. We'll try and get some more information on that if we can. And there's a good battle going on here between Timothy Goer and the Black Hawk Racing number 6 car for 6th place overall. He's coming down the inside. Nice manoeuvre done there. Left the door quite open, so able to slip up the inside no problem. And we still got this battle between Pim Van Ark and Mantis Ricus as well for 3rd in class. And on board with Pim Van Ark as we come down towards Cops. Oh, and there's a car off this one of Corvettes. I believe that was the number 10, which was SWMD Ajax Racing. He's lost a bit of ground there, unfortunately. So the number 1 gets away just ever so slightly. His teammate, which is Max Scholten, is close behind it as well. So Fair Racing Team holding on to 4th and 5th for the time being. David Junt, in the meantime, is still in the lead at the moment for Black Hawk Racing. His car's going off left, right and centre as he just comes down the inside of AC Motorsports. And we've also had a development in the GT3 field, and that is that the number 18 from Simco Racing has moved up into 2nd place in their Porsche 911. Lovely painted car in its chrome and green colours. And we do have a battle between Gregor Spilat and the 76 Panica Gaming car. I think we've just missed that overtake as it's happened, unfortunately. But the 98 now into 12th place overall, which is a 3rd in class. More developments arising in the mid-pack for the LMP2s between 6th and 7th place. This is the Black Hawk Racing car against Go Team Racing as they come down onto the Wellington Straight, entering Sector 2 once more. Very slippery conditions out there. Manages to keep it nice and tidy through the apex, touches the curbs a bit. And also, just up ahead is the number 4, which is currently sitting in P5. So it's a 3-way battle at the moment. And we'll stay on board with these guys for the time being then. Gaining on the back of the number 4 as we come into Magnussen Beckett's on the exit of Chapel. He's got the slipstream. Go Team Racing just peeled off ever so slightly. That gap now up to a 2nd and a bit. And we've got another penalty coming in.
Penalty for car number 23 for causing a collision.
And he's gaining on the number 4 now as he comes down into Sector 3. And across the start-finish line once more. David Junt is your current leader with the 66, 19 seconds ahead of Mantas Rikas, who's in the 19. Got another battle heating up once again. That's Pim Van Aert and Mantas Rikas. They're nose to tail at the moment. Max Scholten is starting to join this fight as well. Gets held up slightly by the GT3 cars. This is going to be a twitchy moment for the Black Hawk Racing car. Just gets by one of the Bro Racing Ferraris there. That's compromised his entry speed quite a bit as the number 4 gets away ever so slightly. And we've got a nice battle in GT3 occurring as well. This is between the 77 and the number 3. So this is Houdini Racing and Team Rookie Monsters coming through turn 1. And further battles going on behind as well between the 13, the 69 and the 73. So a lot going on the grid at the moment. This is for 6th place, I believe. No, 7th, my apologies. There's some cars further up the order. And that Ferrari's very twitchy on the exit of Aintree there as he comes on to Wellington. On board with the number 3. He's trying to get the car set up in the right place, which he's doing so at the moment. He just needs to get that car turned in just a bit more. But that Bentley really making itself quite wide. Not in a good position to overtake just as of yet. There's a lovely painted Bentley. The only one here during this season for the time being. And we've got some LMP2s. That's one of the Black Hawk Racing prototypes. He's just going to try and sneak it down the inside before entering Magnussen Beckett's, which he does nicely. Good judgment of distance there. Of course, this is one of the corners or complex of corners that are going to cause the most issues when going through traffic here this afternoon. And he seems to have died away just a bit, just a tad. So we're going to move ahead to this battle for P4 in class. This is the 19 Simcoe against the Bro Racing car with Dennis Castillo Sims behind the wheel for the 87. Jan-Nicholas Viter, which is the prototype version for the Bro Racing team, has just gone through. And he's currently sitting in P14 overall. So not a great start for them, but still a long race to go. And they're side by side on the exit of Village. The Porsche, though, gets the power down sufficiently enough to defend that position. And now on to the straight once more. I don't know if it's stopped raining or not. I can never tell in R-Factor 2 unless you're sitting inside the car. The windscreen wipers are still going, so I would assume not. But there's a lot of spray coming off the cars at the moment. Surprisingly, a lot of cars still going. No DNF so far, touch wood. And whether you agree or not, whether this rain was due, which it wasn't, by the way, the rain was not due. Not too sure what's happened. The server certainly doing something tricky, just throwing our teams off ever so slightly. It does look spectacular, and it has created some really good moments so far in this race. Let's hope that it does dry off in the end and we can get some dry running though. There's going to be some people that are saying to themselves that, you know, the rain is really a horrible, horrible thing, but there's going to be others in the grid at the moment that are saying, oh my god, I love this. And here comes the Ferrari. He's in the slipstream. Is he going to be able to close that gap, though, is the question. On board with Dennis Castillo Sims now as we enter toward, or go down towards Stowe. All the Porsche struggling to get turned in there. Of course, they have a lot of rear weight, whereas the Ferrari have the engine at the front. Or more to the front, should I say. Oh, and the Porsche's made a mistake. They're side by side now as they go through Club Corner. Porsche's twitching left and right as he tries to get the power down in the nick of time. And they're both going to run down onto the curbing. Overtake round the outside. Nicely done there from the Ferrari as he comes down into the first corner. Can the Porsche come back at them though? So not able to get closer for the time being, but he's still within striking distance, of course, 0.3 seconds. We'll have a quick peep elsewhere between the number 3 and the 13 at the moment. This is Go Team Racing and Team Rookie Monsters Ferrari. The Corvette sneaking down the inside, not able to get the job done. It was closed aggressively by the Ferrari. And this is a three-way battle because Dylan Tarboton is in the background there as well, waiting for a chance to slide on through. We've also got Houdini Racing there, so they're starting to make good headway for P7. Here comes the Corvette down the inside for Go Team Racing. He's going to run wide, and he gets it stopped in the nick of time and gets the job done. Of course, tricky conditions, nicely held by the Corvette, able to get it turned in just sufficiently. Almost made contact with the Ferrari, but lucky escape. Back up to speed as I come through Sector 2 now. And here comes the number 4. This is Royal Blue Racing, their prototype car. They're slicing through traffic quite nicely. They're currently sitting in P5 in the prototype class at the moment and being attacked quite aggressively by Black Hawk Racing behind. Both cars slide in between the GT3s nicely. And Black Hawk Racing now need to catapult that car onto the back straight if they can. They're blocked by one of the GT3s though. Have to wait for another opportunity there. Here comes David Junt. He's under attack from Mantis Rikas and Pim van Ark as they all come through down towards turn 1. This is for the lead of the race, ladies and gents. For Black Hawk Racing, the 66 is hanging on. They haven't been into pit lane, I believe, so that might explain why they are where they are now. Struggling in these conditions at the moment. Here comes Mantis Rikas round the outside. He's going to try and force the situation up onto the inside for the next corner. Pim van Ark smells blood in the water as well, and he wants in on the action as he does the switchback as they enter Aintree. Nicely done. So that's 2 positions down for the 66. David Junt losing ground in the mid stage of this first stint here. His teammate Max Scholten is behind in P4. They're all on the wet tyres at the moment, which explains why David Junt is struggling at this time. Let's have a look at the tyre compounds actually, just so we can confirm. Yeah, David Junt is currently on a different compound compared to the rest of them. I think he went for intermediates actually, because he's on... Yeah, I think he went to intermediates according to live timing. Most of the LMP2s did 2 laps on slicks before they came in and changed onto inters. Maybe he's on full wets, I'm not too sure what's going on there, but either way he's on a different compound, and right now that is not the correct one to use. He's really starting to struggle now as the track becomes more and more saturated. The rain hasn't halted just as of yet. And we now have this battle between the 2 sister cars at Fair Racing Team. I doubt that they will put much of a show on for that reason, that they are team cars. But of course, when you are in a team like this and you're running 2 cars, you always want to be the one that's ahead. We'll have a quick look at the standings to see where they are in the grand scheme of things. The 33 is in P9 with 8 points, the 57 in P7. So for them to have a strong finish here this afternoon, that would really catapult their efforts towards the front of the order before we head to Catalonia in Spain for round 3. On board with Max Scholten. Just a bit too aggressive on that inside curb there as he came onto the Wellington Straight. I think that's what caused the car to become slightly unsettled, and that's what's created this gap between the 2 cars now. Got a good battle going on further down in the GT3 pack though, between the Porsche of Shattered Windscreen Racing. We've got Dylan Tarboton and Simon Marshall all in the mix here. This is for P10 through to 12 as well, up for grabs. And you've got Houdini Racing just ahead by a hair's width. Within that 1 second margin though, so they will still be getting that slipstream effect, but not so much as Dylan Tarboton behind, because he is only 0.3 seconds adrift for that Porsche. Got another battle developing as both cars go down the inside there. Dylan Tarboton really expanding on that Porsche's mistake as they entered Luffield. Both cars decided to swoop down onto the inside line and take those 2 positions away. So next car up ahead for Dylan is going to be... Oh, and the Ferrari makes a move. Simon Marshall down on the inside into Copse. Not too sure if there was contact there or not, but that was certainly some aggressive overtaking going into Copse. Luckily all cars seem to be unscathed and no damage visible. And back under the slipstream conditions, Dylan's trying to come back at them as the LMP2s go by. Traffic is starting to merge into one. We're starting to now see blue flag situations develop in these treacherous conditions. Grid is staying fairly compact though at the moment, which is always good to see. So everyone's in the same boat, struggling with these tricky conditions at the moment out on circuit. Let's have a quick leap ahead to our leaders in GT3, as it is the 2 BMWs. Arkadiusz Treba in the 29 for Panica Gaming, alongside Gregor Spielat, which is the 89 for Luna Racing. Or 98, should I say. He's applying some pressure onto the back end. We've got Balaskis, who's just up ahead as well. He's currently leading in the Porsche 911. And in P4, we have Dennis Castillo-Sims, who's just a few seconds behind as well. So a lot going on at the top end of the grid for both classes, as Pim van Ark takes the lead from Mantus Rikas. We've sadly missed that overtake as he comes down into Sector 3. He's coming back at him, trying to retake the lead here, which he does. Oh, and there's a bit of contact between the two of them as they try to regain control of their cars. And Mantus Rikas gets forced off the circuit. I don't think that was intentional. Just couldn't get the power down in the nick of time. We've got a 1-2 for fair racing as they come across the start-finish line. Both deploy defensive positions, blocking off that inside line there by Max Scholten. And through the first corner they go. What amazing stuff. Oh, Manchester sneaking down the inside. Oh, he's doing a bit of argy-bargy here. A bit of desperation sneaking in. It wasn't close enough to make that move, in my own personal opinion. Let's go back towards the GT3s, though, because they're still fighting for the top podium positions. As Panica Gaming trying to hold off Gregor Spielat as we speak. Back up to racing speed now as we come out of the village complex and on to Wellington once more. Had a little peep down the inside, seeing if a door would be open, but not close enough just as of yet. Mantus Rikas, in the meantime, has gone back up into second place. And Max Scholten for the 33 now leads in prototype. We've got about 3 different battles going on here, all within about 0.3 seconds of one another, but we'll follow our leaders in GT. Porsche starting to make some headway now. Last lap time 2:12.2, and it was 2:15 for... Oh, sorry, it was 2:16.5 for Blatskis, and the cars behind. Gregor Spielat currently the fastest out on track with a 1:15.9. Dennis Castillo-Sims also really putting the hammer down with a 1:15, so he's currently the fastest car out on circuit. And of course, the traffic will be playing its part with these lap times that are coming in as well. So you've always got to take it with a pinch of salt. You never know what kind of situation that car has been in. But all the top 10 cars in GT3, all on similar lap times last time around. Oh, Royal Blue Racing playing a bit of argy-bargy here. Black Hawk Racing go wide, as does Panica Gaming. That's no doubt going to become under the eye of race control. Not too sure. We didn't really get a good angle on it there, unfortunately, but it looked a bit like potentially they outbrake themselves and just pushed both the BMW and the 66 out of the circuit boundaries. Back with our leaders in LMP2 though, Mantis Rikas holding off Pim van Ark for the Fair Racing team. A familiar sight for this round it seems as we approach the halfway mark of the first hour. Let's go on board with Pim van Ark for the time being. Both cars on the absolute edge of what is possible. You can just see the car twitching left and right as he tries to put the power down. I mean, the circuit is very cold at the same time, so that's always got to be taken into consideration. So the rain really does not help in these circumstances because there's just no heat getting into the tyres. They are on full wets at the moment, as someone kindly pointed out on the live stream, so thank you for that information. And we're going to go back to GT3 because this mid-pack battle is still underway. This is Simon Marshall for the 73 team rookie monster team.
Warning to car number 66 for causing a collision. Warning to car number 66.
So 66. That is David Junt in the Black Hawk Racing car. So, not too sure if that was part of that incident that we witnessed at Stowe. But that's all that's the only action that I've seen them be involved in. In the meantime, the 77 for Houdini Racing is having a hard time in that heavy Bentley. You would have thought it would be quite comfortable in rainy conditions, considering there's a lot of weight pushing that tyre to the ground, which means less wheel spin, more traction, etc, etc. But of course, once it starts to slide, there's a lot of weight that's being shifted from left to right, so that could be something that's not being considered and causing this car to fall back down the order slightly. They're still going strong though at the moment. So we've just elapsed the first half an hour of racing here in this 6-hour event. Still a long way to go, and it will be still 2.5 hours left before the first round of points are awarded for the first time. And we once again round 10 for this battle between our two prototype leaders. Both get onto the grass as they try to navigate the way around the GT3 Ferrari, and here comes Pim van Aert. He's going to try it around the outside into Stowe if he can. He's got to find that grip. He's alongside, but here comes Mantis Rikas, just shuts the door by a hair's width. Pim van Aert not going to try and do what Mantis did into Club. Of course, he tried it down the inside to make the move. They made contact there. Pim van Aert thinking better of it and waiting for a better opportunity as they come down onto the next lap. And now on lap 17 of this race here. And once again on board with Pim van Aert for the Fair Racing Team 57. Max Scholten is starting to come back into this fight as well. So 1 through to 3rd in the prototype class. If we go just outside of these guys, it is the number 6 from Black Hawk Racing, who are about 6 seconds behind these three. And then a fairly large gap before you see the number 4, which belongs to the Royal Blue Racing Team. Must say, some really good car control being witnessed here this afternoon. I'm sure there have been a few spins and a few offs back in the order. But for the most part, Everyone seems to be on the lead lap. No one's really run into major problems. We've had a few spins and a few bangs, but nothing that excessive. A lot of bravery coming from the inside of these prototype cars now as they enter Maggots and Beckett's. The amount of speed they're carrying through in these conditions is quite staggering. Onto the back straight of Silverstone now. Got a further battle starting to develop. This is Simon Marshall. He's since got away from the 77 from Houdini Racing, the Bentley that's in the distance there, and he's made some good ground to catch up with the 76, which is the Panica Gaming BMW. So more positions up for grabs here. I believe this is for P8 in class, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. And you've got the sister team Rookie Monster car just up the road as it enters Brooklands there as well. Oh, he's looking down the inside. Is he going to make the move? Not close enough in that Ferrari just as of yet, Simon. You've got to wait a bit more. And we could see an overtaking opportunity coming very shortly as he tries to widen that gap on the exit of Luffield on towards Copse. And it's going to be a drag race between the BMW and the Ferrari. He's got the inside line though, and he's got the position away. That is really good spatial awareness and driving there from that Ferrari driver. Team Rookie Monsters moving up into P7 there. Let's go further down the order as well, because we've got a battle between the 38 and the number 12. This is Track VR Racing and For Fun Racing in the Sol McLaren 720S. So if those of you that play R-Factor 2 a lot, you will know that the McLaren was actually the car of choice not so long ago, before the recent Balance of Performance package, but now it seems to be one of the cars that are somewhat disadvantaged in most of this calendar for the season. So most of the teams have gone for either the Ferrari, the Porsche or the BMW, as they seem to be the most balanced packages available. But the 38, the For Fun Racing team, really going against the norm and taking the McLaren once again. I don't know if they knew about it being slightly disadvantaged this season.
Warning to car number 38 for unsafe rejoin. Please take care when you're coming back onto the track, please.
Ah, so that's the car we're talking about, the 38. So we missed that, unfortunately. So that was an unsafe rejoin there. Hopefully nobody got hurt. It was only a warning, so I presume that it was avoided by oncoming traffic. But it's always nice to see a very complex grid here. We've got a Bentley, a McLaren, a few Ferraris, Porsches, BMWs. I hate to see a GT3 pack where only one or two cars are chosen. And we're quite happy to say that this season that hasn't been the case. We've got quite a nice mix of cars here this afternoon. And they're currently sitting in P17 at the moment. The fight between them and Vaughan Freeman, which is the car behind, has died off somewhat. So he can relax for a few moments. And going further down, we've got Andrew Parkinson for the Track VR number 11. He's not doing so well, but it's a long road ahead. You can still come back through the grid. And Christian Lewis as well is currently going through the order as well. Battle starting to emerge once again between our top leading LMP2s. Max Schulten has fallen down the order into P4. Let's see if he's actually gone into the pits for that, or if he's actually made a mistake. He's done 17 laps at the moment, so I'm not too sure if he has come into pit lane or whether or not that was a mistake or a spin at some point. We'll wait for him to come across the start-finish line. In the meantime, we'll go back to the battle at hand, which is between the 79 and the number 7. This is for 7th and 8th place, respectively, between Nicholas Lemoyne and Timothy Goer. That's Go Team Racing and On-Off Racing. On-Off Racing doing very well in the championship so far. They're currently sitting in P3, and Go Team Racing are actually sitting in 2nd place with 22 points after the first round at Portimao. So very important moment this. They need to make sure that they finish ahead of the car behind if they want to overtake or maintain that lead. Of course, Silverstone is going to be double points here, so it's going to be at the 3-hour mark and then at the checkered flag. So it's all up for grabs at the moment. And he's got David Junt in the mix as well, so that's Black Hawk Racing. They just come out of nowhere. They're falling behind quite badly. Must have got stuck behind the GT3 car as both cars go through up into P6 and 7. So David Junt really struggling here. I don't know if he's still on that same tyre compound. I think he might be. Let's just double check that. Yes, he is. So he's still on the intermediate compound at the moment. Not going for the full wets like everyone else. Maybe they thought the rain was going to start dying off in the later stages. Not too sure if it is still raining. The sky appears to have lightened slightly, as it was meant to be, might I add. But no, it is still raining from this particular camera angle by the looks of things. There's still a lot of spray coming off, so there's a lot of standing water on circuit, even if it has stopped, but not suitable for dry racing conditions as of yet. Let's follow the two cars that are just ahead, On-Off Racing and Go Team Racing. They are really trying to exchange those two positions. This is P5 in class. And we've also got another battle going on between two of the GT3 cars, but we'll stay between these two because there's of course that championship rivalry going on already at the early stages of this season. On board with Timothy Goer now. Got caught up by the GT3 ever so slightly. That's really impeded his run down towards Stowe. Of course, he was looking for that slipstream moment, but it just didn't come together for him there. And we're going to switch over to another battle that we've got ongoing here between Max Schalten and Jan Nicholas Viter. This has really not been the 33's day, so let's have a quick look, see what their pit stop strategy has been, because I'm not too sure what's gone on. They have pitted, so 33 has come into the pits, but that doesn't really make much sense. So I reckon that they have had a spin at some point, and then they've decided to go into pits after flat spotting that set of tyres, perhaps. Question is, have they double stinted or have they got an entirely new set is the question. So let's have a quick look at how long they spent in pit lane. It was about 2:18, so it's a fairly short pit stop. With them to come across the start-finish line this time. And we've got our leaders coming through now. So this is a battle for second place between Manchester Streakers and Black Hawk Racing. They're coming down into Sector 1 as we speak. Got a few GT3s in the way. But nicely navigating around the outside there, making sure they don't get in the way of anyone. That gap's now widening ever so slightly. Mantis Freakers nicely expanding on that gap. Our leader still, though, is Pim van Ark for the Fair Racing team. He's done a great job so far. Just navigating through some of the traffic here. That's the number 12 for Track VR Racing. And Go Team Racing also in position as his sister car nearly goes onto the grass there. Flashing the headlights, letting him know he's going to be coming by next time.
30-second stop-go penalty for car number 1 for causing a collision.
Ooh.
30-second stop-go penalty for car number 1.
That's the number 1 car. That's Mantis Ricus. That's the Team Rookie Monster car. So something really bad's happened there. Not too sure. We missed that on the live stream, of course. We didn't actually catch the action of that particular incident. But it's going to be a huge impact on the race results itself, because, of course, they cannot service the car. They cannot conduct a driver swap. They have to go into pit lane, serve it separately, and then come back out at this crucial point of the race. We're just coming up to the point now where most of the LMP2s will be coming into pit lane. So this is a terrible, terrible news for the number 1 machine there. That's our championship leaders as well, of course. What a development that is. On board with the 111. That's a new entry for this particular round. Manouver Boffa Sim Racing, they've decided to bring a second car into the series, which you still can do if those of you that are interested. If you want to go to our website, you can still enter for the remainder of the season, which will be Catalonia in 2 weeks' time. And we've got battles going on further up the order as well, the 29 and the 87. This is Panica Gaming and Bros Racing Ferrari. And he will have the slipstream coming down towards Stowe. Will it be close enough, though, as he has a little peek down the inside in that Ferrari, looking for that braking zone. And he's side by side as we speak, coming into Stowe, both riding the apex nicely. Spray coming off the back of the cars as they try to find that millimetre of grip or the extra grip, and he switches back for the defensive line as we approach Club. Nice overtaking manoeuvre there by Dennis Castillo Sims. On board with the Ferrari. It's looking very twitchy as he comes on to the final corner. Not a lot of grip available there at that part of the circuit. Does nicely to defend that position from the BMW. And this is for third place in class. For those of you wondering, the BMW comes straight back at him. Uses the Ferrari as his brake. Oh, and there's a bit of retaliation there from the Ferrari as he just taps to the rear quarter panel and sends the BMW spinning round. Obviously wasn't too happy about that. Not too sure if that was intentional or not, or a bit of payback. And one of the LMP2s going very wide off circuit there. I think that might be one of the Juice Motorsport Club cars, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's Craig Hyde. The 87 going wide now. Not too sure what that was. Oh, and we've got a car around. There's a car around as well. I'm not too sure who that is. That might be Pim van Ark. Yes, it is. Our leader, Pim van Ark, goes round at the entry of Brooklands. And that's going to cost him a bit of time. He goes, well, he's actually only gone down by 1 position. So the only person to take advantage of that situation was the number 6 Black Hawk Racing team. He now goes up into first place with a gap of around 2 seconds. Now Mantis Ricus has served his stop and go. He's gone down into third place. And that's putting him in... well, he's still got third place in his possession quite nicely. 10 seconds behind is On-Off Racing in the 79, who are still doing battle with Go Team Racing in the number 7 machine. So things are starting to calm down ever so slightly. As I say that, Craig Hyde under pressure from Max Scholten now. We've got Black Hawk Racing in the mix as well. That's not for position though. That is one lap ahead. I believe that might be the 60. Well, it might actually be the 66. No, they're in pit lane at the moment. So Mark 5 for Black Hawk Racing currently in P11 after their first pit stop. Now coming back out onto track limits. We've got Mantis Rikas going very slowly for some reason. He's gone down into P5. So problems again for the Team Rookie Monster car. Probably coming in for his pit stop now. Oh, and he's very twitchy under the brakes as he tries to get it slowed down for the pit limiter there. So Mantis Rikas is coming in for his scheduled stop, no doubt, after serving that penalty. And this is where it's going to really show what damage has been done from that penalty. On-off Racing go through. Timothy Goer for Go Team Racing have gone through as well. Mantis Rikas still in pit lane as Royal Blue Racing are flying past. Let's go back down into the GT3 world as we've got a battle between the 38 and the 111. Oh, and there's contact between the McLaren. That is a very strange incident. Not too sure what's happened there. But it almost looked as if the McLaren just didn't decelerate. He got very close to the BMW using the slipstream. Almost hit the back of the BMW and lost control himself. That is a very strange incident. I've not seen one like that in a very long time. For company though, he's got Carl Wright for the SWMD Ajax Racing team. And that Corvette is looking very pacey at the moment as he comes back down onto the main straight, the hangar straight. And looking to get past. This is for 17th place. Or has he overcooked it though? Or is he going to be able to get it slowed down in time? He does. So nice overtaking manoeuvre around the outside. Of course, that's where the grip's going to be in these conditions. And nicely done indeed. In comes the number 7 for Go Team Racing now, their first scheduled stop of this particular round.
30-second stop and go penalty for car number 87 for an unsafe rejoin and causing a collision. So 30-second stop go penalty for car number 87.
87, not too sure. I think that might be one of the Bros Racing cars. Yes, it is. That's Dennis Castillo Sims. How on earth is that possible? I don't even know what's happened there between that car. I mean, he's currently sitting in P15, which is 4th place in class. What is going on with these guys? So tension's starting to run high in these rainy conditions. That's also going to affect them quite drastically. I mean, they're due their pit stops in the next 10 minutes or so for the GT3s. Of course, fuel will last a bit longer now that the conditions are allowing them to manage their fuel more efficiently. And we just had an overtake between Craig Hyde and Jan-Nicolas Viter there. Where is Mantis Rikas? He can't still be in pit lane. He is. So that's a very long service there for the Team Rookie Monster driver. He's just coming outside of pit lane now as the cars go by. He's gone down into P10 in class, which is just one away from being rock bottom, unfortunately. Trying to get past Dylan Tarboten in the Corvette. He runs wide to avoid any mishaps there. And is now doing battle with Jan-Nicolas Viter for the time being. That's going to be for P9 in class. Craig High just up the road as well. That is for, or he's driving for Juice's Motorsport Club. Hits the apex quite nicely. And looking for that exit potential on towards the Hangar Straight. He's got the slipstream, but he's not gaining that much. Oh, here we go, into the higher gears, looking for that opportunity. Not close enough on this particular occasion. Oh, he's going to try and send it down the inside. There was a gap available and decides that the car should occupy it. As Craig goes into pit lane, so that's freed up one position. Jan-Nicolas Viter stays with him though for Bros Racing. Now Jan-Nicolas Viter, let's have a quick look to see what his current strategy is. He's due a stop very shortly actually. So he started on intermediates, went back in, maybe to repair some damage on the end of the first lap, and then he went back in again to put on the full wet tyre compound. So that explains why they're not having the best of days thus far in this race. And we have another battle developing in the GT3 class. So let's go down and watch that. That's the 76 and the number 80 for Panica Gaming and Shattered Windscreen Racing. Martin McGee currently behind the wheel of the number 80 Porsche as one of the LMP2s comes up behind. That's the number 7 for Go Team Racing as he tries to slice through between them. And he's opting for the outside line for the exit of Stowe. Oh, there's a bit of contact there as he tries going around the outside. And a bit of retaliation coming in. This is not good, lads. This is all going to end in tears one way or another. Now 76 coming down towards the braking zone of Brooklands. And we have a further battle developing in the GT3 class. They're side by side on the entry to Maggers and Beckett's. The McLaren goes ahead, and they were the ones that were looking to do the overtaking. For Fun Racing moving up by 1 against the 111 from Minato Boffa Sim Racing there. We're now just coming up to the end of the first hour here, ladies and gents. The 6-hour race, still a very long way to go indeed. But still 33 out of 33 cars running for the time being. And the question is the weather actually going to improve as we go into towards sunset and, of course, nighttime racing conditions. If it still rains during the night, that's going to be a one really horrible atmosphere on the track. Headlights won't really do much. There'll be spray everywhere, especially when in traffic conditions, and you won't be able to see a thing. So hopefully the rain dies off before we get to the hours of darkness here. Battle between the 77 and the 80. So the shattered windscreen Porsche has really pushed away from the BMW from Panica Gaming in the last few moments, and they now find themselves behind the Bentley of Houdini Racing, who are currently sitting in 20th place overall, which is 9th in class. Most of the LMP2s have also conducted their pit stops now. On-off racing are due to go in the next few laps or so, but for the most part, all of the other cars have already conducted their stops. Mark Veit now finds himself inside the cockpit for the 66 for the first time. And now the 80 finds itself once again under attack from the BMW this time. So a lot of changing going on. The LMP2's really spicing things up for the GT3 class at least. And we'll go on board with the 76 as they go through Maggots and Beckett's and on towards the Hangar Straight. And 5 hours remaining officially. I expect the GT3s to go for at least another 10 minutes or so before they come into pit lane, I think. There is a lot of water out there on track though. Miserable conditions here at Silverstone. Back to this battle, which has been raging on for some time. Although this is actually a different one, because this is the 91, which is the Scuderia team. Haven't seen them in quite some time, but they're fighting for 17th place overall in the GT3 category. And that McLaren still doesn't seem to be suffering from much damage. It's been involved in quite a few incidents so far this race. And that is P5 LMP2 going by. That's Max Scholten, so he's recovered quite nicely for the Fair Racing team there as they go up the order once more. Easing on the throttle, making sure they don't get any wheel spin in that Ferrari. The McLaren, on the other hand, really attacking the curbs on the inside before getting back underway. And now entering Sector 1 and Village. Let's move over to this battle. That's been going on for some time as well. Shattered windscreen. Oh, and the Porsche gets very sideways through turns 1. Just hangs on. Stops that car from rotating any further. Nicely held, but able to hold on to P10. And he goes really deep into village as well. Not able to manage it as much this time by. And that's allowed the BMW through into that top 10 position. A bit too much speed coming into that corner. Oh no, here comes the switchback. The BMW does the same trick. Carries too much speed through Aintree, and that's allowed the Porsche to reclaim that position. Right, let's have a look up and down the order then as we approach, or as we enter the second hour of this race, should I say. Your current leaders for the time being are Black Hawk Racing in the number 6, as it still continues to rain here at Silverstone, followed by Pim van Ark, who is around 20 seconds adrift behind, and then it is the number 4 from Royal Blue Racing, which is the surprise of the day. They are doing very well, actually, in the grand scheme of things, by holding on to P3 in class. Just outside of the podium positions is Timothy Goer for Go Team Racing, and then it's the sister car for Fair Racing Team with Max Scholten in 33, rounding out the top 5. Moving just outside of those, if we go into the top 10, then we have Robert Pawn for the Team Rookie Monsters. And then it's Nicholas Lemoyne for On-Off Racing in the 79 in 7th. Mantis Rikas, after that penalty, sadly finds himself in P8. And although catching Nicholas Lemoyne very quickly, he's only 1.5 seconds behind. And then we have Mark Veit for the other Black Hawk Racing car in P9, followed by Jan-Nicholas Viter and Craig Hyde, rounding out those few remaining positions. Going into the GT3 class, it is Balazs Kiss, who's just coming into pit lane now for Team Simco. That Porsche doing a spectacular job in these tricky conditions. And then it is the number 19, the sister car, that finds itself in second place. They too coming into pit lane this time by. Arcadius Retriever is in third for the Panica Gaming BMW team, and then it is Go Team Racing with the 13 Corvette. So a good mixture of chassis in the top running for this particular round here. And a lot of cars now coming into pit lane, including the BMW of Arcadius Retriever. All pulling in. New set of tyres going on the BMW and the Porsche of the 19 as well. So they can, in these conditions, we can say that they can go for about an hour and 5 to 8 minutes or so, as predicted. And it is that time of the race now where they are due into the pit lane as the leader gets back underway once more. In the meantime, Christian Pallison for the Corvette has gone ahead for Go Team Racing. They're currently sitting in 9th place in the standings, as they came 9th place last time round at the 3 Hours of Portimao. Number 18 though is on track to take the lead of the championship, because Gregor Spielat finds himself down in P4 at the moment. Let's have a look, see when they are due into pit lane, if they haven't already done so. They have. So they've already conducted their stop at the moment, so they are running in second place, I believe, in the grand scheme of things, once everything settles down once again and everyone's had their pit stops conducted. And we do have a battle between Mantis Rikas and Nicholas Lemoyne going on in the LMP2 prototype class. Nicholas Lemoyne going very deep into the braking zone of Brooklands though. That's allowed Mantis to get away just ever so slightly as he sneaks down the inside of the number 5 Ferrari, which is run by AC Simsports. Now, Dennis Castillo-Sims is currently running in 2nd place, although I'm not too sure if he has conducted his change just as of yet. He's currently on lap 5 of his current set. I'm not too sure if that included his stop and go or not, so we'll have to wait and see just in case. But he's currently sitting in P2. Now, Dennis Castillo-Sims has Velasquez for company, though, in the Simco Porsche. He's currently trying to catch up after conducting his pit stop. That's his first out lap on this particular stint. They're able to complete 30 laps, given the data that we've just received up here. And Christian Pallison is only on lap 29, so he might be due in this time by, perhaps. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. So he's just coming through Luffield now, yes. And he should be due into the pit lane any moment. So as predicted, then our leader comes into pit lane, and that will yield it over to Dennis Castillo-Sims, who now comes down onto Hangar Straight. Velasquez, of course, is the leader previously on the last round of pit stops, so I'm half expecting the Ferrari to come in this time by, but we'll have to wait and see. Yes, he does, so there we go. That explains the data on live timing. So that was his stop and go that he was serving last time around, and now that 5 laps have been completed, he now comes in to serve his pit stop. Velasquez then takes the lead once more, followed by Gregor Buildup, who is currently coming into club corner and gets back underway in 2nd place for Luna Racing there. So Dennis Castillo-Sims now rejoining the race. No driver change conducted, but full service now being done on that car. Rejoins in 16th place, which is P5 in class. So he's not done too bad out of things. He's really been performing well in these conditions and able to get that lead up
drivers,
nicely.
This is race control. Just to make you aware, we have had reports of some issues with blue flags not showing, so we are aware of the issue. Please keep an eye on your mirrors to allow faster traffic through, please.
So an issue with blue flags starting to emerge there. So you would have thought with Silverstone it wouldn't have been much of an issue, because it is official content, but this is the world of R Factor 2. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not, unfortunately. But Dennis Castillo seems catching up to Arkadius Treba, which is one of the drivers for Panica Gaming, the sister car there, which is currently sitting in P4. And starting to get into striking distance now as he enters Maggotts and Beckett's, really attacking the curbing on the inside line. Oh, and the BMW goes wide as he tries to re-enter as best he can onto the hangar straight. This is going to be an advantage for the Ferrari as he comes down onto the slipstream. Is he going to be able to get down the inside? He takes a peek. And marginally ahead as he enters the braking zone. Fully completed. He's going to try and get the switchback on the Ferrari. And they're still side by side coming down in towards Club now. Oh, and there's contact made, both going for the same piece of tarmac there. That is not good news. The Ferrari had the inside line. Of course, Club Corner is one of those narrow points of the circuit where it really does narrow quite quickly. You think you have a lot of room to play with, but that soon disappears as soon as you begin to turn into the corner itself. And sadly, that was a collision between the two of them. In the meantime, Go Team Racing rejoined the race in P5 as well. They've just taken the position away from Arkadius Treba in the BMW after that small spin that they've just had. But for a moment, we're going to ride on board with one of the Corvettes and just enjoy a few moments here. So that was a few moments there on board with Go Team Racing Corvette. Christian Patterson behind the wheel and in charge of that car for the time being. And he's starting to catch up to Dennis Castillo Sims now in the Ferrari. And that's going to be for 4th place in class. So that Ferrari doing extremely well. Even despite having that 30-second stop-and-go penalty. So a very strong team in these conditions. We've also got this battle between the 76 and the 88. Although I think they might be in pit lane. Yeah, the Ferrari is in pit lane. That's the sister Bros Racing Ferrari there for you. And in the world of LMP2, things are quite calm at the moment. Most of the cars are at least 3 seconds adrift, if not more so than that. Most of the action taking place in the mid-pack with Robert Paul in P6. He's currently 3 seconds away from Max Scholten in the Fair Racing team in P5. So we'll keep an eye on them. That is a horrible camera angle as well, if I might add. But he's doing his best to try and catch up to the top 5 positions, or obviously everything towards the podium, as he's currently sitting in P6, and Max Scholten is just 3 seconds ahead, as you see on the camera. Oh, and there's a very round Corvette at the entry to Beckett's there, I believe. I think that might be the WMD number 10, perhaps. No, he's entering, so it might be one of the other ones. I can't identify it. Live timing isn't showing me enough data for me to pinpoint who exactly has had that incident, but it was definitely one of the Corvettes that have decided to go a bit sideways. And we'll stay with this GT3 battle that's slowly but surely getting closer and closer. So the rain is slowly starting to die off now by the looks of things. The sky is starting to become a little bit clearer as the race progresses. But it's still a long way before we get to dry running conditions. You can see the spray coming off the surface of the circuit, and that's going to take a lot of running time in order to create that ideal racing line. And that's going to be a whole new game for these cars and teams as well. When do you decide to take the risk and go onto those slick tyres? And for those leading, it's a good thing, because of course they can occupy that ideal racing line and they can really just hammer down those lap times. But if you're in the mid pack and you decide to go to slicks, it's not going to be so easy, because although you're going to be faster than anyone else around you, you won't be in a position to overtake, because you will be restricted to that single corridor where it is dry. So it's going to be very vital that the teams make the decision at the right time, depending on where they are out on track. And that's why we like these changing conditions here. R52 does a spectacular job of making sure that that does happen. Now the Corvette is slowly but surely making its way onto the back end of the Ferrari from Bros Racing here. Not close enough just as of yet, but it is certainly becoming the case. He's within that 1 second now. On board with the 13. And it does look like it has stopped raining. The sky looks very blue indeed, light clouds above us. Unfortunately, we can't get a camera angle in that's good enough to tell us whether or not... I don't think it is raining anymore, ladies and gents. I really don't. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong. This battle is firmly underway now, within 0.3 seconds for the Corvette. Beautifully painted cars here in this series as well, as always. That chrome mixing in with that metallic blue really does shine. Of course, the green Ferrari as well, not usually a colour that you see on that particular chassis, but suits it quite nicely. Oh, he tries to sneak down the inside. It's a bit of a bump as he gets it slowed down in the nick of time. Look at the spray coming off the cars. One of the LMP2s are in the mix as well. I believe that is Juice Motorsport Club. It is currently running in P11, and they're side by side. That's opened the door for the Corvette from Go Team Racing. He's going onto the inside line as they approach Copse Corner, and the Ferrari has nowhere to go but to yield onto the outside line. That's given way to the Corvette. He's got the lead, still side by side under the braking into Copse though, and here comes the switchback from the Ferrari. It doesn't go as planned. He takes too much curbing on the inside. The grass unsettles the car, and you saw it twitching just slightly there, and that has essentially ruined his day. Not able to get the power down in the nick of time to come back at Christian Pallison, who's currently the driver behind that Go Team Racing Corvette there. Coming up to the halfway mark of the second hour in this 6-hour event. Don't forget to give us a like and subscribe if you are having fun watching this action unfold. It certainly has spiced things up as we approach the halfway point of this particular race. And of course, double points available in just a few moments' time. An hour and a half to go before those are awarded to the teams. So we have a new fastest lap by Mark Veit for the Black Hawk Racing team there. So he's really starting to put the hammer down as we get into these drying conditions. And this is where things are going to get very tactical indeed. When do they change from wets over to either intermediates or full dries? Or slicks, should we say. You can start to see that grip starting to emerge, especially through the high speed corners such as Copse there, from that nice aerial view. You can see that dry line starting to emerge, and it'll be getting to a point where those tyres will start to overheat. Of course, there's a lot of grooves, there's a lot of grip available from these wet compounds for the obvious reasons, but when that dry line starts to appear, they will start to generate so much temperature that they will start to lose time significantly over the rest of the competition. And there's that fine balance between changing over to slicks in that window. And this could really change a few positions and spice things up quite nicely for us here on the live stream. We do have one battle starting to emerge, and this is between AC Simsports and VR or Track VR Racing as well. So we haven't seen much of this team in particular for this round. Looks like the battle is dying away now, though. Maybe AC Simsports, the overtake may have already occurred, unfortunately. Now, one development that has taken place is Team Rookie Monsters have moved up into P5 now with the number 2 machine. Mantis Ricus, their sister car, is close behind as well. And if we look further down with the 33, Max Scholten has lost a few positions, now sitting in P8 in class, so not the best half an hour that he's had this afternoon. So clearly running into some issues there inside the Fair Racing garage. And just ahead of them is the number 7 as well. So Timothy Goer for Go Team Racing. Just ahead by a second and a half as they approach lap 44 of this race. Now Max Scholten has gone into pit lane. No, he is saying that he's on intermediates now, so I believe he might have gone into pit lane this last time by, changing conditions. I personally would have waited. Oh, and Timothy Go has an off. Sad news for the Go Team Racing prototype as he goes side by side with Mantis Ricus now, trying to get back underway as quick as he can. He loses those 2 positions though and goes down into P6. Now trying to fight back as he goes down towards Brooklands, but I think the damage is already done. He's not going to be able to find a way past so easily anymore. All 3 cars coming down into Maggots and Beckett's once more. Further action here at 6 Hours Silverstone. In this case, it's between the number 3 as he goes very deep into the village complex. Turns 2. And that's that one done quite quickly. As soon as it started, that was for P8 in class. Doing the overtaking was the number 80 from Shattered Windscreen. And they're starting to come back into the fight quite nicely here. Looking further back down the order for the GT3s, we've got Carl Wright against Christopher Tarboten for RSA Sim Racers here. This is the RSA Sim Racing team and SWMG Ajax Racing. Both cars evenly matched as they go through Megs and Beckett's, although the number 10 gets a nice advantage on the exit of Chapel. Had to apply the brakes though as the car twitched ever so slightly. Max Scholten going fastest this time by with 158 as the track starts to dry. RSA Sim Racers going down the inside. Here comes Christopher now. Takes that position away from the number 10, but can he get the switchback done inside that number 10 Corvette? No, he can't. And it looks like it might still be raining ever so slightly, just very, very light indeed out there on the circuit. But it is going down. I think maybe certain parts of the circuit are still experiencing rain. The windscreen wipers are off now, by the looks of things. If we go on board just quickly. Yeah, the windscreen wipers have been turned off. I don't think there is much rain falling onto Silverstone anymore. It seems to be going on and off. But you can now start to see this slight dry line starting to emerge here for the drivers. Some teams are starting to go over to the intermediate tyres. Timothy Goh has just got back into 4th place in the prototype class. Mantis Ricus running into troubles once more in the number 1 machine. And Robert Pawn in the number 2 Team Rookie Monster car now running into problems as well, because he's starting to fall back into the arms of the number 7. Has to navigate past the Ferrari, which he does nicely. Gets down the inside before the braking zone at Brooklands. And a lot of teams now going over or staying on full wets. In fact, all of the 3 cars that we've got in front of our screen now, all the 3 prototypes, are still on the same compound as one another. So I did for a second believe that maybe number 7 was on intermediates, but that's not the case anymore. They're getting very close indeed as they enter Brooklands. There's GT3 cars on either flank, trying to make space for them to get through. But yeah, they're still on full wet weather tyres at the moment. In the meantime, though, Pim van Aert has gone over to Inters, as has the number 4, number 33, and the 79. So they're all decided to come in early to try and get this new set of tyres on. Meantime, though, I think it's going to be wiser, a much better tactic to stay on the full wets until you can change over to slicks. And here comes Timothy Goer now down onto the inside of turn 1. Not close enough just as of yet, looking for every opportunity that presents itself. Oh, they're both getting slowed up by the GT3 car quite significantly. They're both trying to find a way through, applying the throttle on the exit of Aintree on towards Wellington Straight. Heavy in the slipstream now as he comes over to the switchback. Is he trying to get the undercut through Brooklands perhaps? Oh, and Robert loses it. What does a full half spin on the exit of Brooklands there. And that has allowed Timothy Goer to take that position away into 3rd place. Go Team Racing Go. But Robert, not such good luck there. He still maintains 4th place. So he hasn't lost a great deal of time. In the meantime, Max Scholten really pushing those lap times down. He's currently the fastest prototype on track, as he has a bit of a moment in Village by the looks of things. He's really trying to gain some ground in these drying conditions. Of course, some people will excel significantly in these drying conditions. It, of course, has to manage those tyres, the temperatures, look out for where the grip is, go out and hunt for it almost. And they are on the intermediates as well, so I predict that they are just going to get faster and faster as the rest of the race unfolds. Battles have died off in the prototype class now, though. We still got this fight between the 2 Corvettes. Christopher Tarboton leading over Carl Wright.
For car number 4 for causing a collision.
And that's Royal Blue Racing. They've had such a strong weekend here. They're currently P5 in class. Where did they finish last time round? They finished P10 at the 3 hours of Portimao. So this was going to be a really strong weekend for them. Even if they did get to the 3 hour marks, that's when the first round of points are of course awarded. So currently still leading the way is the number 6 from Black Hawk Racing. They're currently running on full wets, or sorry, intermediates should I say. As is Pim Van Ark behind as well. So they've obviously recognised that they're losing time to the car behind. That gap is now down to 14 seconds in fact. So Pim Van Ark and the Fair Racing team really starting to put down some decent lap times. That gap's come down by at least 10 seconds last time we saw it. But when are they due in pit lane though? That's the question. They've done 3 laps on this current stint at the moment, whereas the Black Hawk Racing car just exiting pit lane now. And you've got the Sisti car, which is driven by Mark Veit, which is just behind them as well. They're currently sitting in P9. They're just 1 lap down off our leaders, unfortunately. So far, all the cars are still running. Not one single DNF thus far, which is really strange because usually when it rains in R-Factor 2, we expect everyone to go off in every single direction and explode in a huge fireball. But that isn't the case this afternoon, which is very nice to see. Touch wood. And hopefully everyone will be able to make it to the end. Got a situation developing here between Maurice Mell and Matthew Beavis. They're going too wide at the moment. Matthew Beavis going down the inside on the exit or entry of Aintree. Nicely done there, utilising the traffic conditions. That GT3 Porsche, which I believe is one of the Simco teams, was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doing nothing wrong, mind you, but the LMP2s just couldn't get past, and Maurice Mell was trying to fight a way past. Trying to get the switch back on Matthew Beavis now on the exit of Luffield. Not close enough to get it done. This is great racing here this afternoon at Silverstone. The rain has really chucked things around and put in some nice moments for the WCC history. And we've had our first DNF. I had to say it, didn't I? And that is in the hands of Colin Sanders for Track VR Racing, our first casualty for this afternoon. Maurice Mell trying to find his way past. Of course, in these changing conditions, it's going to get treacherous before it gets better. They were still on full wet weather tyres though, which is rather strange. And we've had the first team to go onto medium compound tyres, which is the green compound on live timing for those of you that are watching that. So these guys are really trying their luck in an attempt to get back in the fight here, because they're right down at the bottom of the order. And this could be a way for them to gain some free time over the rest of the competition. The question is, have they timed it right? In the meantime, Matthew Beavis really pushing home that advantage over Maurice Mell. And they were currently fighting for P5 in class. We've also got Nicholas Lemoyne going against Mark Veit and Robert Pawn as well for the Team Rookie Monster prototype. They're all coming through the same piece of tarmac here. This is for P7 through to 9. You've got second place ahead of him, which is Pim van Ark. He's not in this duo, but he is one lap ahead of the rest of the competition for the time being. So good battles going on in the prototype after the second round of pit stops have taken place. To see what kind of tyres they've all decided to go for as we approach the second part of this race then, or the end of the second hour. So top 4 class have gone for intermediates. Matthew Beavis still staying with the full weather wets, and everyone else pretty much on the intermediates for the prototype class, with the exclusion of Duty Motorsport, who is still sticking on those wet weather tyres as well, but they're due to come in the next few laps or so. One has been one of the Rookie Monster cars. Their Ferrari is off in the background there. And looks like he's been able to recover quite nicely. We're staying on board with these LMP2s for the time being. And they're side by side now for P8 in class. This is Black Hawk Racing, the 66 prototype, and Robert Pawn for the Team Rookie Monsters here, both splitting the traffic as they go into Club Corner. Nicely done there. And oh, there was a big slam dunk. It looks like he didn't know about the Team Rookie Monster car being there. Further bad luck striking the number 2 machine. But they split the traffic. Both went down either side. The GT3's in the centre, and it just looked like they didn't know that they were both going to be doing the same thing, perhaps. And they both went for the same apex. Similar situation that we had earlier on in this race. Exactly the same outcome, which is that corner narrows very quickly, and unfortunately they both came into contact. Matthew Beavis going toe-to-toe with Maurice Mell. That has come down quite significantly once more. Maurice Mell trying to get the inside, which he does. Matthew Beavis struggling to get up to speed, and Maurice Mell taking that position back for P5 in class. So it's fallen back ever so slightly now as he enters Magnussen. Beckett's twitching slightly. Got to be careful in these drying conditions. It can be very treacherous indeed. Matthew Beavis twitching once more on the exit of Trappel. Not able to get the power down in that prototype. The battle continues behind as well. Nicholas Lemoyne and Mark Veit for the Black Hawk Racing car. That gap has widened ever so slightly. We've got our leading second place car as well. Although, and now Matthew Beavis is back in the lead of Maurice Mell. So it's another change for position here. That's 3 times in one lap that has happened. And we've got a new fastest lap from our leading car, which is Black Hawk Racing here in the number 6. Back to this battle between the two prototypes. Nicholas Lemoyne for On-Off Racing and the 66 with Mark Veit going side by side on the entry to turn 1. On-Off Racing trying to defend as best he can. I don't know what's happened in the LMP2 class, but things have significantly improved in terms of on-track space. They've really come together as Nicholas Lemoyne just runs a bit too deep into Village, and that results in him yielding the position to Mark Veit, unfortunately. Still in battle though. So Matthew Beavis now starting to push away from Maurice Mell in the Go Team Racing prototype. What great stuff this is though. Really starting to show some racing etiquette out there on the circuit. It's been great stuff already, but this is starting to really come into its own as the prototypes now come together. And we're going to have our first interview of this race. So bringing into the
User was moved to your channel.
commentary box, we've got Mantis Rikus. Mantis, it's been a bit of a surprising start for both drivers and organisers, but how have you found the start of the race? And also, of course, welcome to the commentary box.
Well, hello. And yeah, firstly, reading the chat in Discord and seeing it's going to be dry throughout gave us confidence to fully build a setup dedicated to dry. And when I got to the grid, it's fully dark and it's raining, so it was definitely a surprise. And generally speaking, the start was okay up until some certain things happened, which I have to review, and some of my faults, really. And yeah, I was really frustrated by the fact that we did not have the pace in the wet to pull away from the fair racing team cars, which ended us up in some big trouble. But we're recovering. It's a long race, so we'll get there.
So you're currently sitting in P5 and you're having a great battle with Morris Mel, the Go Team Racing prototype at the moment. How's that been so far, and where do you expect to be in the next few pit stops or so as we approach the night time?
So our strategy is currently good for the 3-hour mark, as we will not be pitting for brand new tires when we get to the 3-hour mark, which will lose us less time because track position is key at the 3-hour mark. And yeah, this fight currently is quite a losing one because we're on wet tires and they are in intermediates, but Matthew Beavis is an excellent driver and he's gonna be safe, and if we lose a place then so be it, but at this point we just want to close the gap to the cars in front and keep it safe, really.
Yeah. So who's your main rival for this round? We know you had a very strong start to the season at 3 hours of Portimao. That you've already said that the rain has changed things quite significantly for you here. So who do you see as the main threat to your race results, shall we say, going forward to the end of the race itself?
Well, mainly Go Team, as we're literally 2 tenths apart from each other, as I'm seeing the live timings. And looking forwards, realistically, P3 is currently the maximum, as there's a 91-second gap to the top 2 from third. So Fair Racing Team 33 and Royal Blue Racing, which is a name I haven't heard of up top, so really surprised by them and good job to them. And yeah, and a few cars behind, such as the Sister Blackhawk car is also up there, so quite a few competitors. So yeah, we're on the back foot, but we'll try to recover as well as possible.
So I also noticed that you've brought a new paint scheme to this particular round, as before. Is there any thinking behind that? Is there a story behind it, as most paints do, or is it just fancy a bit of a change going forward?
Well, we wanted to test something differently because we've been using the same striped design for many years, and if you don't improvise and do something different, you're gonna be left out. So just something really refreshing, I would say.
Yeah, it certainly is a nice refreshing look to the paint scheme, and of course you still got the number 2. Is that going to be redesigned going forward, or are they happy with the old way of things?
Well, once they actually saw it in mid-race, they're quite jealous, so that's on their end, so they'll figure themselves out.
So who's going to be in the car during the nighttime periods then? Is it going to be you back in the car very shortly once we approach the second half of the race?
So Matthew Beavis will be in for the mid part of the race, and I will be the one finishing the car if it's still on track and healthy.
And how have you found the traffic conditions here? Of course, the rain's definitely adding to a lot of things, as we've already seen on the live stream, but how are you finding traffic conditions and managing those as we go through?
It is very, very difficult because our car is not set up well for the wet. We're struggling ourselves, and if you go offline, you're doing a half spin, and yeah, it's really a game of patience. But if you're too patient, you're gonna end up 2 seconds a lap slower. So you gotta find that balance in between, which is very, very difficult to do so. But yeah, it's definitely a really challenging race, and one of the hardest tracks to have a wet race on, because it's all high speed, and one misjudgment of momentum and you're in the wall with a penalty and damages.
Yeah, unfortunately, living in England, I can tell you it rains quite a lot, unfortunately. So, although it wasn't meant to be raining today, but we won't go into that. But look, listen, it's been spectacular watching you guys on circuit so far. You're on a recovery drive, as you say, with Matthew Beavis, and it is drying now. So hopefully you guys can put the hammer down and reassert yourself in this race. But, best of luck for the remainder, and we'll see you back in the car when the sun starts to set.
Thank you very much. See ya.
All right, thanks,
User
Mantis.
left your channel.
So that was Mantis Rikus there for the number 1 machine. Team Rookie Monsters. Again, they were already doing battle with Morris Mel. That seems to have died down ever so slightly now while we was having that interview take place, and he is ahead by around potentially 1.5 seconds, maybe 2, as Matthew B is really struggling now to find some grip in these drying conditions. And now he did say that he was on a different compound, which he is. He is on full wets still, whereas the rest of the grid is on intermediates. And that appears to be the tyre of choice for the moment, as we can definitely see this dry line starting to appear. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe those wet weather tyres are starting to overheat significantly. We've already seen the car going left, right, off the racing line. You can see him now trying to utilise that wet surface. And I have no doubts that maybe that's trying to cool down those tyres for when he reaches the next set of corners. So he's coming through Magnussen Beckett's now. He's currently under pressure from the Bros Racing Machine. He's still on the dry line at the moment, and here we go. He goes onto the wet stuff because that's where he feels most comfortable, because that suits where his current tyre choice. So moving on to, let's see if we can find some battles, shall we, that are unfolding. We're just approaching the end of the 2-hour mark at the moment. And we'll go for, I'm just making sure there's no battles that are ongoing. We'll have the first of our 2 advert breaks, because our beautiful voice up here in the commentary box is very delicate and we don't want to overdo it, so to speak. But we do actually have a battle between Mark Veit and Matthew Beavis, so we'll hold off for a few moments while this battle is resolved on track. Of course, the 66 is on the intermediate tyres. Matthew Beavis is at a disadvantage here as he goes for the dry stuff on the outside line. Matthew Beavis holding the inside defensive as they enter Copse Corner now. This is for P6 in class, and looks like there's a lot of traffic. GT3s everywhere. Got Houdini Racing in the 77 Bentley, the 111 from Monato Boffa Sim Racing, all going through Magus and Beckett's right now. That's slowed down the Black Hawk Racing prototype just ever so slightly. And Mark Veit has to reset and rethink his strategy now. He gets past all the GT3s as he runs down towards Stowe, gets back onto the dry line, which is now starting to develop quite nicely here. The question is, who will have the courage to go onto that slick compound tyre first? There's a few cars that dived into pit lane just a moment ago, I saw in the background there, so that may be the first takers on that particular strategy. I still think it might personally be a bit too early for it. There's still quite a narrow dry line, and of course if anything happens in terms of traffic, then you could find yourself in a very awkward situation. And someone was just asking, oh, here we go, here's the overtake occurring down into Lovefield. He's trying to get the switch back. He's not able to get it done just after. Yeah, here comes the dry line though. That's going to be to his advantage. And down on the inside towards Copse, and that grip comes back into play. As soon as that dry line presents itself, the car just suddenly hammers down and he's able to get past in the nick of time. Another battle between these two, Nicholas Lemoyne and Robert Pawn for Team Rookie Monsters. On-off Racing doing the defensive work at the moment in 8th place. Matthew Beavis, in the other hand, decided to come in. He's thought of, okay, we're losing too much time on these full wet weather tyres, and they've decided to go into pit lane to change those over. First taker for the slicks, though, is Simon Marshall, by the looks of things. He's gone for blue compound, which is full slick tyres. Very brave manoeuvre there. Let's see if it pays off in the long run, perhaps. But other teams will now be looking at the 73 and Simon to say, I wonder if that's the right call or not. I wonder if he's gone too early. And they're going to be using his data as a guinea pig to see whether or not it's the right time to change tyres. Back to the battle between these two teams, though, as we now approach the end of the second hour here. And here comes the number 2 from Robert. He's really trying to push the agenda and try to take that position. There's a lot of traffic here. Always on-off Racing, try to get this down onto the outside. Really do not get that done. The Track VR racing machine just comes back at them. And there's a big tank slapper against the number 80 there. That's the number 2 getting on the action. I think there was a lot of confusion there, perhaps where Track VR racing tapped the back end of the 79. And I think everyone was trying to read the road as best they could, and that led from one thing to another. Side by side between these two, though, for position. On-off Racing have the inside line. Bit of a love tap between the two of them as they come down towards the braking zone. Of course, they both want that dry line, which the number 2 has control of, and he's able to take that position as a result. So he's firmly in control of that position now, moving forward up the order. He's had a bit of a tough race this time round, so fingers crossed this can be the end of their woes and move up the order in due time. You can see how much grip is lost when they decide to go off that racing line there. He really did struggle to get back underway. In the meantime, is that Simon Marshall? In the 73 behind. He's going to be on slick tyres, so he's going to be disadvantaged by being pushed off. And now the clock is reset almost, or the positions have been reset as they find themselves in a very similar situation coming up into Cops. Number 2 struggling to get the grip as he has to go onto the wet line in order to get the car turned in. Silverstone really does offer some great racing here, ladies and gents. If you're not enjoying this, then I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you, but this is really good racing. The weather has really spiced things up for us as well as they get past the Go Team Racing Corvette there. We've got another battle developing up the order between Royal Blue Racing and Morris Mel for the Go Team Racing prototype. So this is for 4th place. Once again, the LMP2s closing in on one another and starting to give us these amazing battles before us. The Rookie Monster Ferrari on the exit of Aintree, nothing they could have done to prevent that. That's just one of the racing, or consequences of multi-class racing. In the meantime, Royal Blue Racing still hanging on to that position, but Go Team Racing now starting to really apply the pressure as they come into Luffield. On board with Morris Mel, and you can see the different compound inside those wheel arches. He's trying to cool them down ever so slightly. And let's see, have a look at the live timing. They're all on intermediates, but even I think those are starting to overheat now. So he is within striking distance, but not close enough just as of yet. And could it be on the run down towards the first corner? Got a bit of GT3 traffic in the mix as well. This could compromise the numbers 4's exit though. Both going for the wet line. Oh, and he's lost it. Tried his best to hold it. A valiant attempt. But of course, when you come off that wet line, or that dry line, sorry, things get very hairy very quickly, and that is exactly what happens. A perfect example of changing conditions and being forced off that optimal line in those intermediate tyres. And he's lost quite a few positions now. Or sorry, he's only gone down to P5, but Mark Veit now going up the inside, taking that position away. So P6 again for Royal Racing. One of Ferraris goes very wide there as well. Big moment there for Royal Blue Racing. Still plenty of time to recover, but even Mark Veit's having issues as he enters Brooklands. And we've had a second DNF. That's in the form of the number 80 from windscreen. If I say the name correctly, it's Shattered Windscreen Racing. And we've got a car in pit lane as well. I believe that is the number 3 from Team Rookie Monsters. So they're on their own recovery drive at the moment. And I don't think I'm going to get a break at this rate, because it's just non-stop action everywhere, isn't there? It really is. Now Patrick is in control of the number 4. He's really starting to reassert himself in these conditions now. Starting to apply pressure onto Mark Veit. Goes down for the inside into Village. And he gets the move done. Decides he wants to claim that inside line. And he's got the dry line as well. And here comes side by side still. Amazing stuff from both teams. No contact made between either of them. On the exit of Aintree now. Onto Wellington Straight. On board with Patrick as he comes down towards the braking zone at Brooklands. Past the Corvette. He's going to be on the wet line though. He wants to be on the dry stuff. Good stuff from both cars as they fight over the remaining top 5 position in prototype class. And this is a great view to see the effects of running in drying conditions here. Now interestingly, Mark Veit opting to cool the tyres on the wet line while it's still available. And always a big incident. I think that's one of the Fair Racing team. Is that Pim van Ark? Yes, it is. That is your second place prototype running car. Pim van Ark does a full 360 on the exit of Cops Corner. And he's going to lose a ton of time to our leader, which is still in the hands of the number 6 of Black Hawk Racing. And in the meantime, Mark Scholten is his teammate who's running in 3rd at the moment. He's still got a long way to go before he sees the back end of Pim van Ark's car though. And let's see when they're due into pit lane. Pim van Ark's on lap 16 on intermediates. Max Scholten on lap 19 of these intermediates. So they're really pushing these lap times. Mark Veit's currently done purple sector in sector 2. So he's really starting to up the ante at this stage of the race as well. And I can tell someone's asking in the chat if Matthew Beavis is on slicks, and I confirm that is yes, they are on slick compound tyres inside the number 1 machine and are currently sitting in P9 at the moment. So be very wise to keep an eye on what they are doing. And last lap time 154.4, and the rest of the grid was doing 152. Our leader was 152 last time by, as is most of the mid pack. Matthew Beavis just gone a 150, new fastest lap for the prototype class. Purple's all round on slick compound tyres, so that is your
Drivers race
confirmation.
control, be advised there is a slow car coming into sector 2. Slow car in sector 2.
So Matthew Beavis is on slick compounds and they are confirmed as a quicker tyre. But of course that only means that he can stick to that racing line. He has to stay on that small slither of dry tarmac. Otherwise his lap times will become very different indeed. And in fact he'll be at a higher risk of sliding
Car is
and
clear.
losing control.
Car is clear.
So that is the question at hand, isn't it? Who will be the next person to go onto slicks? Because it is the faster compound, but it carries many, many risks along with it as well. A lot of cars going wide at Stowe. One of which is the Go Team Racing Corvette. And Robert Pong goes through into P7 now after On-Off Racing also decide to widen their track limits. Attacking the curb aggressively there by Nicholas Lemoyne. He's been in the car for quite some time now, 2 hours to be exact. So certainly putting in the legwork for the team this afternoon, as has Robert Pawn as well. So they'll both be suffering from the same levels of fatigue. So it looks like On-Off Racing struggling slightly to get back onto the rear end of the number 2 for the time being. Still within striking distance, of course, 0.5 seconds between the two of them. Was another small moment there for Nicholas Lemoyne. Trying to find some on-track battles for you here. I think they've died down quite significantly for the time being as Mark Fight comes into pit lane. So we're going to take our first break for this afternoon, ladies and gents. We're just going to go for some short adverts, and we'll be right back with the action for the 6 hours of Silverstone. Don't go anywhere, we will be right back. Hello one and all, welcome back to the live stream. We are about 2 hours in to the 6 hours of Silverstone, which of course is round 2 of the World Sports Car Challenge, Season 4 nonetheless. And it's been one hell of a start to the race. We've had a lot of rain here so far at the 6 hours of Silverstone. A lot of changes up and down the order. Prototype class has been absolutely brilliant to watch, as has some of the battles in GT3 as well. So we'll go quickly through the order if we can and get the race results up on the screen for you. And we can run through some of the top 5 positions in each class just so you get the gist of where we are at present for those of you that are just joining us. In the LMP2 class we have Black Hawk Racing with us. Oh, actually, why is that not? That's incorrect. Not sure why that's doing that, so we'll have to get rid of that. That's broken. So anyway, Black Hawk Racing us in the lead of this particular round for the time being in the form of the number 6. And Roman is currently in charge of that particular machine. And in second place we have Paul Holt for the Fair Racing team as well. Morris Mell close behind for the Go Team Racing efforts. And then we have the number 2 for Team Rookie Monsters in the hands of Robert Pawn. They're currently doing battle with Morris Mell, although I think they've just come into pit lane. Yes, that's correct. Then we have Matthew Beavis in the LMP2 for the number 1 machine. And that rounds out the top 5 in the LMP2 category. In GT3, Luna Racing have made a valiant effort to get back on top of things, and Gregor Spiela is now in charge of the GT3s. Close behind is Milan Saran for the 18 Simco Porsche, and they're just sitting 1.5 seconds behind our GT3 leaders here. Dennis Castillo Sims rounds out the rest of the podium positions. They're adrift by about 8 seconds or so from our leaders here. And then we have Simon Marshall, who are the only GT3 car, I believe, that are on slick tyres, although that has changed since we went to our adverts. There's quite a lot of them now changing over to slicks. But Simon Marshall was one of the first to do it, and he has gone up the order by quite some margin ever since doing so. And then rounding out the remaining top 5 for the GT3 is the sister Simco car, the Porsche in green, and they are your top 5. We've actually got someone in the commentary box with us at the moment in the form of Colin Sanders. So welcome to the commentary box, Colin. Unfortunately, you've had a few issues this round. You know, you're currently not having a good time here at Silverstone. Walk us through what happened and your experience in the race here.
Hey Matt, yeah, first it's great to be back in season 4 of WSCC, our second season with you guys. So the beginning of the race with the wet conditions and a server drop during the warm-up, seeing us drop to the back of the grid. We were trying to regain our position before the race started. Unfortunately, we weren't able to. We were about 10 positions down once the green flag started, but kudos to Andrew for making up about 5 or 6 positions in the first 2 laps, and then a incident seen us go off and lose all of our hard work, but we kept our heads down, kept going, handed off the car to me about an hour and 20 minutes into the race, and then I unfortunately had steering wheel issues, and when I shifted up, my downshift also went off and blew up the engine. So not a great start, but we have at least the number 12 Trax VR car to cheer on, and we'll be looking forward to them finishing.
Where are they at the moment? They're P12, if I'm not mistaken, at the moment, with Rick Hooper behind the wheel.
Yes.
So how are they doing so far? Have they got any tricks up their sleeve going forward, or is there anything you're going to be able to help them with? Because of course you are the pro car on the in the grand scheme of things. Is there any advice you can give them going forward in a race like this?
Yeah, we're gonna help them with their strategies. They haven't, first race we didn't have any code 80s, so that was a good sign. We're gonna help them with their strategy in case any code 80s do come out this race, and also just help coach them in overtaking and defending when those times come up, and just keep it so that they have a level head throughout the whole race and can hopefully push to the end.
Are they well versed at Silverstone? Have they been here before? What kind of experience are they taking into this race?
Yeah, Rick Hooper actually works for Trax VR. at their location. And Vaughn is another very experienced sim racer. He was going to be on the pro team with Andrew and I, but then Rick was going to join, and we couldn't find a 5th driver to make it 3 and 2 driver teams, so we had to split up our drivers a little bit.
Okay.
So very experienced, and Rick comes from other racing leagues, but being an employee there, he has lots of access to race and practice all day long. So
I'd say that's an unfair advantage, really. Do you think? Just, I'm at work. Oh, let me just practice for this league I'm part of.
Yeah, well, he still has to work, but unfortunately, COVID has slowed things down. So it gives him an opportunity to practice and for us to work on setups and stuff. So he's coming along nicely. So we'll see how he does in this race. Silverstone, I think everyone knows it. It's a fairly well-known track. It's almost everyone's favorite. So we were pushing, especially Andrew. This is his favorite track. That's why he qualified, and he was doing great, top 10 qualifying, and just unfortunate turn of events. I'm sitting here interviewing now instead of racing.
Yeah, it's sometimes how it goes, unfortunately, both in the real world and the virtual. So what do you think going ahead is the most important factor of this race? Of course, we've got the dry weather line, which we've already covered in the live stream, and how it's important to choose the right compound. But what do you think will be the deciding factor going forward for this particular round?
For this round, traffic management is going to be the biggest. There is a lot of corners where there is only one line through there, and if you're off it, you do lose a lot of time. So just knowing where the traffic is and being able to weave your way through it or let the P-throughs through nicely is going to help your race pace throughout the whole race. Yeah.
So looking forward now that, unfortunately, as you say, you're in the garage and your race for this weekend is over, not to rub it in, but next week or next round is Catalonia. You looking forward to that? Is there anything you can bring to the table there? Is it a track you're comfortable with, or have you got to do a lot of learning?
I know the track from Formula 1 racing, not so much with GT3, so it is going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but because a lot of the turns are high-speed corners like Silverstone, I don't believe it'll be too much setup work for us, so it'll be right straight on to learning the track.
Well, I'm sorry that you've run into problems this round, but it's a very long season. A lot can happen during those 10 rounds that we've got here for this particular year. But all I can say is keep your head up and keep going. If anything from your previous year that you were with us, you'll always come out stronger than the previous round.
Yeah, we last season we had a worse start. Like, we only had the 1 point in Sebring and then the DNF at Canadian Tire. So 2 races into the season, we're still ahead of points we were last year. So can't complain. So we're still aiming for top 5s every race, and hopefully, like we finished 4th in the season last year, we're hoping for at least a 3rd.
Well, best of luck to you in those efforts, and fingers crossed things will improve as we go towards 2021. But thank you very much, Colin, for popping in and having a chat with us, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right, thank you, Matt.
All right, take care. So that was Colin Sanders there for Track VR Racing. And yeah, it's not the best weekend that they've had, unfortunately, but as they say, it's a long season. They're going to keep on pounding those lap times and trying to get into the top 5 positions. They did have a very strong start to the season, finishing P5 last time around at Portimao. So they've got 16 points on the table at present, so it's not the worst start to the season. It's just unfortunate that their first DNF happened at Silverstone and before the 3-hour mark as well, because we are approaching that first round of points in about half an hour's time. But as they say, it's still a long way to go, and I'm sure they'll come back strong for the next one. Let's see if we've got any fights that are ongoing. We've got this one between Bradley Sellers and Christian Lewis. This is between Alton Motorsports and Team Rookie Monsters here. This is for 27th overall in class. That equates to, I think, might be P12, maybe 13. I'm not too sure. My live timing's not loading. I did give it a quick refresh, but it seems to have played havoc with everything. It's P16 in class, looking on the screen. Thank you. Nice to get that information up. Matthew Beavis going fastest now on those slick compound tyres, so he's really starting to home in on those front positions. He's now sitting in 3rd place for the number 1 prototype. On board with Christian Lewis in the 99 Corvette. If you're wondering why things don't look quite right, I think that's because they painted the GTE car as opposed to the GT3, but there we go, that will be rectified for the next round, they say. Slightly twitchy under braking there. You can certainly see this dry line coming up nicely now. It's starting to widen quite significantly, and it won't be long before we get very dry conditions on 2 racing lines, hopefully, as Matthew Beavis goes by, of all people. And we're coming down into Sector 1. We've also got the 111 with Vito Boffa up ahead as well. Oh, big slide from Matthew Beavis there on the slick compound tyres. Went onto the wet stuff to try and get by some of the GT3s, and it went fully sideways. Down the inside goes the number 3. It looks like the 111 was slightly off-put by the move that Matthew Beavis did onto the inside line there. And now coming into Brooklands. So I'm not too sure. The camera angle changed very quickly before we saw the outcome of that particular incident. I'm not too sure if there was contact between the 111 and Matthew Beavis, or if it was just a sideways moment where he got it stopped just in the nick of time. Either way, very, very Code Brown moment for both involved. And Bradley Sellers now going ahead for Team Rookie Monsters in that lovely painted Ferrari there. Christian Lewis also behind, so he's been able to take advantage of that situation as well, moving up by 1. And Vito Boffa for the Minato Boffa Sim Racing team, moving down 2 positions in that 1 lap. We've had another 2 DNFs as well, which is the 88, which I believe is one of the Bros Racing Ferraris, and Dylan Tarboton as well for RSA Sim Races. So where's the 88? Yeah, the 88 is the sister Bros Racing Ferrari, and we already know the 69, which is RSA Sim Races. Christopher Tarboton behind the wheel at the time, Dylan Tarboton behind the wheel at the time of that incident. And that brings our total running cars down to 29 out of 33. So, oddly enough, the rain is not where everyone has died. It is in the drying conditions that everyone is beginning to die. I never thought I'd be saying that. We have someone in pit lane at the moment. I thought it was a battle unfolding, but that is not the case. Our current leader at the moment, Roman, he's been in the car for quite some time now, as far as I'm aware. Let's have a quick look at the... Yeah, he's been in since the start of the race. Almost everyone is on slick compounds now. Paul Holt is the only person that is on intermediates, of all things. So that is very surprising. He's got a nice gap until we see 3rd place, which is in the hands of Morris Mell still. for Go Team Racing, but Matthew Beavis is still homing in on them. Last lap was 151.7. Morris Mell was a 149. He's currently the fastest car out on track at the moment, so P3 is the people to keep an eye on in these conditions. Matthew Beavis in pit lane once again, although I don't think that's a scheduled stop. He's done 17 laps. I don't think that's a scheduled stop because they were doing 24 laps on wet weather tyres. I don't think they would lose that many in those conditions, so I'm not too sure what's happening there. Roll Blue Racing have gone through in the meantime, and we've got this battle between Black Hawk Racing, which has just died off as he dives into pit lane for the number 66. Black Hawk Racing in pit lane then. Oh, he's overcooked it. He's overcooked it in the garage. He's reversing back quite a lot as well. I'm not too sure what's going on there with Kazabakis. He's maybe having some issues. He can't seem to find his pit box. I think maybe he's overcooked it so much that he thinks that by reversing it will give him a disqualification. That is very strange indeed. I'm just reading the comments from some of the team members that are coming in. It turns out that Matthew Beavis needed to have a little break for a number 1, if you know what I mean. He just couldn't hold it any longer, apparently. So, I mean, in all honesty, that shows a lack of dedication. If this was real life, or if that was a real race, they'd just do it in the chair, to be honest, wouldn't they? You wouldn't risk it, but I guess... I guess you have to make a decision in those moments to either hang up and leave or just go through it. Anyway, back to the action. We'll try and find some that's unfolding for you. It is still in the form of the number 3 and the 99. They're still quite close together by around 1.5 seconds. We'll stay on board with the 99 for a small moment, see if we can catch up to the number 3. And we are starting to get a slight, very slight orange tint in the background there, where we're starting to get into the late afternoon of this race. So typically for a 6-hour event, it will start to transition. Once we hit the 3-hour mark, we'll start going into the evening and of course darkness as well. And hopefully we'll get at least 1.5 to 2 hours worth of nighttime racing here, which will be very splendid indeed to watch. And here we have Tony Jansen coming into pit lane from P4 in class. Royal Blue Racing going still for another lap, and they're going to take that position. They're currently on a very good strategy at the moment, only lap 10 of this current set, so that is very good racing by them. They changed to the Inters the slicks quite some time ago. It seems to be paying dividend now, and in the meantime, Tony Jansen now going for a full set of slicks. There's only 2 people out there that are not on slicks, and that is Paul Holt. He's currently sitting in 2nd place. He's currently on a set of intermediates, which he's coming in to change now. And Morris Mell, which is for the Go Team Racing car, he's on his 9th lap. And yeah, Paul Holt coming in for an early stop by the looks of things. He's only completed 11 laps on that current set of tyres. Obviously deciding that he's losing too much time to the rest of the competition. So both cars coming in. Obviously a lot of talking going on in the background. We've had another DNF. That's in the hands of Panica Gaming, the 29, Arcadis Retriever 28 running cars. All of them GT3s, which is quite surprising. They're usually the more stable car, or class, should we say. Obviously they've got traction control, ABS, all the gadgets and gizmos. So very surprising to see them being the ones that are retiring from this race, but I shall not judge. I am not there. I do not know what it's like to be driving around Silverstone in these conditions. It still does look quite treacherous, so I shall be mindful of that fact. Things have quietened down quite significantly now, though. There's quite a few gaps present between leading cars. In the meantime, Maurice Mell has taken a second place away from Paul Holt, coming out of that last pit stop of his. And he's currently on his 10th lap of his current stint. So that's going to create quite a how should I put it? Well, it's going to be fairly interesting, shall we say, because they're now on alternate strategies. You know, Paul Holt and the Fair Racing team have decided to short stint that set of tyres in exchange for a set of slicks, whereas Maurice Mell is still on the medium compound tyres, but he's on lap 10. So he's about halfway through, or a third through. Oh, the number 5's going very wide off the circuit at the exit of Chapel. Holds it quite nicely. Still going strong, though. Nicely saved there. Not too sure who is in the number 5 at the moment, or whether it's running, in fact. Pavlo Ivanchenko is behind the wheel. That's AC Simsports. They're currently in 22nd place. So they're about mid to low pack for the GT3 efforts here this afternoon. Of course, we have lost quite a few of them, so that's 3 points for them. And 20 minutes to go before we have the first round of points awarded here. Vital moment of the race, of course, before it all resets for the next 3 hours or so. So this is the part where you sit, well, they would have been doing so for quite some time already, but you sit down, look at what's achievable in the next few moments. Paul Holt 15 seconds behind Maurice Mell, so if he knocks off around a second a lap, which is a tall order in this kind of championship, but that could be achievable. All depends on how well those intermediate tyres, or sorry, the medium compound tyres are holding on inside that number 7. Last lap times, Paul Holt did a 1:58. That's quite slow indeed, but of course getting up to temperature. It's the first time they've been on slicks since the rain started. And he is trying to cool down those tyres as well. So I wouldn't have thought that the medium compounds would be causing too much trouble. Of course, they are still a slick compound. See, they are completely smooth. They are still a slick compound. It's just obviously harder type of tyre that they've taken. So they will have longevity to them. They will last a lot longer than the full slicks that everyone else is on. But for some reason, he's still trying to cool them down by running onto the wet surface, which is rather strange. But nevertheless, I'm sure there's reason behind madness. Maybe he's doing that to try and ensure that he keeps those tyres alive in the long run. You know, if you can keep the tyre temperature down, then obviously that's less graining, etc., which of course we all know is a big issue here at Silverstone. Oh, very twitchy coming into Maggots and Beckett's. Very sideways indeed. Nicely held though. Paul Holt is slowly... where's the last lap time? 1:52. So he's actually losing some ground. So the gap now between those two is about 18 seconds. I think the overlay might be slightly broken, as someone suggested. If we just give that a quick refresh to iron out any issues. That's better. Much better. So that's an accurate representation of what we have now. So last lap was a 1:49.2 by Paul Holt. So he is slowly but surely knocking off a tenth every now and again. But he's only got 13 minutes now to get the job done if he wants to claim second place. Otherwise, Maurice Miller will have done everything he needs to do to hold on to that position. In the meantime, Black Hawk Racing hanging on to that pole position by an entire lap at the moment. Not many battles going on in the GT3 field. Gregor Spilak still hanging on to the lead as well by 11 seconds over the number 18 car, with Milan Saran behind the wheel for Simco Racing. And in third place we still have Dennis Castello-Sims, and he's adrift by around 9 seconds. So things are a lot more compact in the GT3 category, in the grand scheme of things, shall we say. There's a lot more potential as we approach the latter stages of this race in that regard. And we have a small battle starting to emerge here between 4th and 5th place. Charlie Rigo now behind the wheel of the 79 prototype for On-Off Racing, and catching Royal Blue Racing, who are just ahead by 1 second. So this could be a potential battle before we get to the first round of points being awarded, ladies and gents. We'll go on board with Charlie Rigo on the dash cam, or the roof cam. And this is going to be very interesting to watch, because not only do they both have to stay on that dry weather line, they also have to overtake at some point. So where will Charlie Rigo choose to make that move, and will there be enough grip to facilitate it? That's the question. Of course, catching... oh, and the number 4 makes a mistake. Here comes Charlie Rigo. Here's the opportunity he's been waiting for. Could be a few points in the bag if he can get the move done before the 3-hour mark. It's got 11 minutes to get it done, plenty of time to play with, but he needs to be sensible about it as well. He's now within striking distance, 0.2 seconds, coming down towards Copse Corner. GT3 of one of the Simco Porsches in the way, but luckily... oh, he gets pushed a bit wide, in fact, but no harm done there. Now, On-Off Racing are in a very strong position championship-wise. They're currently sitting in P3 with 20 points on the board after their great drive at Portimao 2 weeks ago. They need to ensure that they stay in the fight by getting this position away from Royal Blue Racing, because the competition, which is the number 7 from Go Team Racing, are currently sitting in 2nd place. So very important that they overtake this car right now to make sure that they minimise the damage done. On board once again with Charlie Rigo. Royal Blue Racing are doing a fantastic job so far of keeping them behind. Last lap time 151 for Patrick, 150.2, or sorry, 150.5, my apologies, for Charlie Rigo. So he is the quicker of the two. But again, where can he overtake? Royal Blue Racing going deep once again. Here's the opportunity, and he's gone through. Maybe just a bit too much speed going into it, and the Royal Blue Racing prototype just kind of drifted onto that wet surface, and of course being on slicks it kind of just slid onto the grass. Nice easy overtaking opportunity for Charlie Rigo, P4 when it mattered, as we have 9 minutes to go before we reach the halfway point here. Now the battle starting to develop in GT3 with Panica Gaming in the 76. Their last remaining car running here. Of course the sister one run into a few problems. And we have behind them Giovanni in the 23 stock skin.
All drivers, race control, be advised there is a stationary car in the gravel through Maggott and Beckett, so please take caution going through there.
Stationary car through Maggott and Beckett's. That is very strange. Now the 23 Giovanni, that is actually the 26 with Minato Boffa Sim Racing. We've got the 111 that's running here, which is in 27th place. Not too sure.
Car is now clear.
Not too sure why they've decided to take the stock 23. Maybe a bit of confusion there, perhaps, but it is definitely on the pack, so not too sure why they didn't want to take their custom paint for this particular round. Seven minutes to go before the points are awarded for the first time. He has kind of fallen back from the 76 quite significantly, actually. So not great news for them. And in fact, the BMW ahead, the 76, with Bartek Masiek behind the wheel, is on medium compound tyres. So they're actually on the harder of the two. Not too sure why they've decided to go that way, but whatever it's doing, it seems to be the better tyre of choice at this stage. Let's go Team Racing, go down the inside. BMW getting pushed wide slightly. And we have even another battle starting to emerge in the closing stages. This is where it counts in these last few moments before we get to the halfway point. Milan Saran now under pressure from Dennis Castillo Sims. 0.5 seconds apart. So Rose Racing Ferrari really starting to put down those lap times. In fact, Milan Saran did a 2:12 last time by, which is extremely off pace. So perhaps that was the car that was reported by race control, perhaps in Maggott and Beckett's. But now he finds himself in the claws of the green Ferrari. Of course, their sister car is no longer running, unfortunately. The 88 has retired, coming into Cop's corner. But this means that they can now push forward, maybe take one for the team and expand on their success. Championship-wise, the 87 is in second place, so very strong performance, and the number 18 is actually third place. in the standings. So if they finish as they are, they will officially be tied in second place. And it'll only be the final results that will decide who takes the lead or takes second place going into round 3. Ferrari looks slightly more stable on the exit of Club. Coming on to the next lap. Always trying to look for a gap down the inside into turn 1. Is he going to be far up and onside? Yes, he is. Bit of a love tap between the two. And in fact, the Porsche gets pushed wide. And he's taking a rather significant shortcut. But I don't blame him for that. He needs to rejoin at a safe place. I don't think that should be fair to penalise him for that. Because, of course, rejoining at that part of the circuit, the car's going straight ahead when the corner is going the other way. I think it's very sensible to go down towards the village and rejoin at the next suitable point. Now, whether race control are going to look at the contact between Dennis Castillo-Sims will be a question. But without having a proper, decent airborne camera, you know, an aerial camera looking straight down, it'll be quite hard to judge that one. But that is the position exchange between the two. Dennis Castillo-Sims in second place for the time being. Milan Saran and the 18 being put down into second place. Can he get anything else out of the tank? No, it looks like the Ferrari's pretty much made its getaway. And we've had a change for position here, further down in the GT3 standings. This is for P12. The 99's actually got ahead of Bradley Sellers in their Ferrari for Team Rookie Monsters. They're going to be taking that position to the line. And going towards LMP2, let's quickly take a little peek at where the standings are here. 2 minutes left, and although Paul Holt is slowly gaining on Maurice Mel, it is not going to be enough unless Maurice Mel makes a really big mistake at some point. It looks like he will be able to take home second place, but Paul Holt really starting to hammer down those lap times. 1:49.6 that last lap by. Maurice Mel doing, I think, 150s. Oh no, Paul Holt. Let's have a quick look, see what these laps are saying. Yeah, last lap was a 1:51 from Maurice Mel. So not the best performance, but he is still on those different tyres that we must not forget about. Last lap 1:48.5. And for Paul Holt, he's coming across the line with a 1:48.2. So he's not... unless number 7 makes a really big mistake, I don't personally see it happening. And we do have a battle here, though. Houdini Racing and the 23, which is Manato Boffa Sim Racing. And Royal Blue coming into pit lane of all times. That is a very strange time to come into pit lane. 35 seconds before the points are awarded. That is really bad news. They're trying to push it for one extra lap, maybe. But they just could not do it. Matthew Beavis is going to strike here because he will be the one that's getting those extra 3 points from Royal Blue Racing. What a horrible way to do things. They obviously tried to extend that last stint, but it will be P5 for Matthew Beavis. And even here comes the sister car as well. Are they going to be able to claim it? Oh, 1 second. Oh, it's so close. So close. That'll be a screenshot finish, quite literally. Who was ahead on the live standings at the exact moment 3 hours hit? It would either be the number 2 or the number 4. I can't tell you which one it is. I really can't. I think potentially the number 4 might have scraped by, but it would have been damn close. What a race this is turning out to be, ladies and gents. Even if the rain was unscheduled and it was a slight mishap, it has created some amazing racing here this afternoon at Silverstone. And if you are enjoying the action, or if you are one of those people that enjoy endurance racing, then come join us at our website. It's just been posted in the live chats on both platforms, Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. So come say hi to us or join. We've currently got the WCC, which is still underway, of course, as we're watching now, which still has several other rounds. There's still a few vacancies left in each class, I believe. 1 or 2 perhaps. So if you are looking to join, then now's the time to do so. And we've also got the ACC Trofeo Sprint Cup with the Lamborghinis going into action in January 2021. So if you want a bit of sprint racing, then that's your ticket into that as well. And of course, using ACC, that'll be a good one to be in. Don't forget to give us a like and subscribe. It really helps us out a lot. So please don't forget to do so. It helps us grow, gets you more exposure as teams, and of course it gets us more views as well. We do have a battle emerging in P5. That is on-off racing. I think they've just come out of pit lane actually. Yes, they have. And looking down the order, do we have any battles? Yes, we do. This is Houdini Racing and the number 23 for 19th and 20th place overall. What is that in terms of class category, you ask? It is for P8 in class, no less. So some fairly significant points up for grabs here. As they come down towards Magus and Beckett's once more. And of course the Bentley occupying that dry weather line, which is what he needs to do. The question is though, is the BMW going to be able to go onto the wet stuff and still facilitate that overtake cleanly? We've also got a bit of blue flag coming in here. We've got the prototype sliding in and also the 3rd place GT3 as well. And the LMP2 sliding in between both of them. Look at the spray and also the sunset as well. Magnificent sight here in Sim for R Factor 2. And all blue flags really causing a few moments here. The 77, the number 2 goes off by no other than its own accord. The GT3 goes through for the 18 Simco. We've also got on-off racing who have capitalised on that situation and moved into 5th place. So I slide between the two battles here for 8th place in GT. Battle still raging on, still within 0.2 seconds as they come through Manx and Beckett's once more. Of course, two completely different chassis. So it'll be interesting to see which one comes out on top. The Bentley doing all of the work so far, enough to say the least, to keep that BMW at bay. And he's going for the move down the inside. Small tap on the rear quarter panel. That is not the way to go. And no doubt Race Control will be having a look at that one. But it just looked like to me he got a bit impatient with the fact that he was behind. Potentially just going a bit too hot into the braking zone at club. And the rest is history, as they say. Do have a good battle between these two prototypes as well. Charlie Rigo and the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters going at it once again. This is a familiar sight for this round. And they seem to be always fighting over one of the top 5 positions too. So some decent points up for grabs as well. Side by side on the exit of Chapel. Here comes On-Off racing around the outside. He's going to have the dry weather line, which is what he needs to do. Slipstream in effect, still going side by side. Onto the wet stuff he goes.
Penalty for car number 23 for causing a collision.
And there we go.
23, drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
As suspected. And here comes number 2 into the pit lane. Was not expecting that. Let's have a quick look at what they're doing strategically. And they've completed 22 laps with their current driver. His first stint for this race, so that is expected. And Charlie Rigo is currently on his second lap of this particular stint, so he will keep going for quite some time now and secure that 5th place spot for them. We've got our GT3 leaders in pit lane as well. Gregor Spilat currently sitting in pit lane, getting some full service work done to the car. In the meantime, the number 18 goes into the lead of the race as Daniel Ersling has just conducted his pit stop for the race. So it's a driver change conducted for both teams. Wondering whether or not Gregor Spilat will concede to his teammate Adam. Yes, he does. So we're getting driver changes coming in at the halfway point of this race. Both have completed 3 hours worth of racing, himself and Dennis Castello-Sims. So very, very good racing from both of them to be able to last so long. And now Daniel Ersling will have to pick up the pace and continue where his teammate left off. And the question is, will he be able to do so sufficiently to keep the number 18 at bay? Now, Milan Saran has been in the car, the person we're watching right now. He's been in, not from the start, he's been in for quite some time already, but he will have a lot more energy as opposed to the rest of the guys. Yeah, he's done, I believe, 2 stints worth. He's currently on lap 27, so this car will be due in any moment now. And fingers crossed it will give them a chance to regain some control. Of course, they were in second place up to the point before the 3-hour mark. And they're still going for one more, so feeling fairly confident in the car. And let's see how long they can stretch this out. In the meantime, we've got our previous leaders, Luna Racing. They're coming back out onto circuit in second place. Daniel Ersling, in the meantime, is around 30 seconds behind in third. after settling in. And we do have a small battle starting to emerge between the 111 and the number 38. Simon Kingsbury and Vito Boffa in each car respectively. And it's the Ferrari that is applying the pressure at the moment, 1.5 seconds behind. Oh, sorry, it's even the 38. The Ferrari between is actually a blue flag 1 lap up. It is Simon Kingsbury in the McLaren here, which is the one that's trying to catch up to the back end of that BMW. On board now with the 38 for fun racing. Haven't had the best round here this afternoon, but they're still going strong and ready to receive some points at the end if they can get to the checkered flag. Ooh, gets a bit wide at the exit of Copse there as one of the LMP2s gets on by. Must have been a blue flag situation.
All drivers, this race control. Code 80 in 10 seconds.
And we must have had a big off somewhere. Our first Code 80 of this afternoon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And now all the cars go on to their pit limiters, selecting the highest gear possible. And I'm not too sure which one it was. It might have been the number 10, Chris Rock, because he's the only car that has DNF'd since the last time we looked. And now pit limit is applied. And now waiting to see when it is suitable to go back to racing conditions.
All drivers is race control. Green flag in 10 seconds.
And we're now, well, whatever it was, it's obviously cleared itself again. Some of the cars using this opportunity to get into pit lane.
2, 1. Green, green, green.
The number 1, our leading car, Black Hawk Racing number 6, nearly went into the pit wall. Of course, it is still dry out there on circuit, but down here, not so much. It is still very treacherous conditions, and when they're all running on slicks, it can prove a bit hazardous. So obviously just took in a bit too much speed there. Nearly had a crash inside pit lane, which would have been slightly embarrassing. So, not too sure why we had a code 80 there, but, I think he might have had a drive-through as well, just looking at it, because I'm just thinking back to that. He entered the pits, but he didn't stop. So maybe he exceeded track limits one too many times and got a drive-through penalty for it. That's the only thing I can think of, because cut tracks are still set to on. So it's the only thing. It's the only reason I can think of that he would do that. We've got another DNF with us as well in the form of the 23. That is the Monato Boffa sim racing car. That leaves our total running now down to 26 cars out on circuit. All still GT3s. All the LMP2 field are still going strong. Beautiful scenes here at Silverstone as the sun begins to set. In the meantime, the McLaren goes by pit lane, taking that position away from the 23, so they're moving up the order just by staying out on track. They are only 7 seconds behind Vito Boffa, though. He's been able to wrestle his way through the order in that BMW in P13 as he yields to the Ferrari from Team Rookie Monsters, number 3. So 5 seconds adrift now is Simon Kingsbury. And just goes to show that there are battles up and down the order, no matter where you are. And we do have one starting to develop for... Oh God, there's a big incident for Daniel Ersling. And the 87 from Bros Racing, That is not good. I thought there was a battle emerging because the timing was coming down so quickly, but Daniel Ersling has had a huge off at Maggots and Beckett's. Here comes the sister car, the number 19. This is disastrous for their championship hopes if they cannot get that car back underway. It depends, of course, how much damage has been caused too. This is a large development. And someone's saying that maybe the number 6 decided to go through due to the fact the code 80 was coming to an end. That could be a possibility. He wouldn't have lost any time by going through pit lane. He might have actually gained some, which is, well, we won't go into that, you know, race control. No, I'm only joking. But in all seriousness, that could be a real possibility. Maybe he thought that the code 80 was going to last for a lot longer than what it did, and decided to bail out at that point, which would have been a justified decision. Now, Daniel Ersling still going strong. He's behind the 19 from Simco Racing now. It doesn't seem to have affected the times. We'll have to wait for him to go round a few more laps before we make any real conclusion as to what has happened to that car. Coming down into Brooklands and riding on board with Daniel Ersling now and the Ferrari. Sunset is really starting to come in strong. It's I'd say maybe another half an hour and then we will be in nighttime conditions. Silverstone looking beautiful as ever. You know what, despite all that, it looked like it was a huge off. But I don't believe it's caused too much damage. Well, it looks like the Ferrari is starting to pull back. Well, the 19's gone into pit lane, so into the pits they go. Full service for the car. Daniel Ersling will now go back into third place. So he's only lost one position now, which is to their main rivals, which is the 18 Simco racing car. And the gap to them is about 13 seconds. So they haven't lost as much time as I initially thought, which is quite lucky for them. And looking up and down the order, we've got one battle in the prototype class. Royal Blue Racing for P7 against Kazaba Kiss for Black Hawk Racing in the 66. Here he goes, down the inside. Not too sure if there's any contact there, but I think they both just outbraked themselves. And now back up to speed as they go on to Aintree. So that battle has died off quite quickly, as quickly as it appeared almost. And we've got Go Team Racing now going into P5 ahead of the 19 as well. Malcolm Smith too is ahead. It's been a while since we've seen the number 13 Corvette. And they were actually leading at one point, so strategy and misfortune and traffic all come into play in these types of races, and sooner or later you find yourself where you are. But it looks like we may have the top 6 cars are all on the lead lap at the moment, and within around 2 minutes of one another, so just about all within the same lap.
Penalty for car number 6 for unfairly gaining time during code 80. Drive-through penalty for car number 6.
Oh wow. Okay, so I was not expecting that. Okay, so drive-through penalty there for the number 6. So going through pit lane and not carrying out a pit stop. I mean, that's gonna. I don't think that'll change much. In all honesty, they've got an entire lap's advantage over the next car, which is Paul Holt in the Fair Racing team. But I mean, that'll cost them maybe potentially 18 seconds, 20 seconds, perhaps. It might bring Paul Holt back onto the lead lap potentially, but depending on where they are. I mean, they're just coming down through Maggots and Beckett's now, yeah. So they will unlap themselves and they will go onto the lead lap of the race without any problem. But there's still a lot of work to do in the last remaining 2.5 hours of the race, if they're going to fight for this position. Last lap time was 1:49 for the Fair Racing team. Roman in the number 6 is on 1:49 also. So now Black Hawk Racing have decided to go around this time by. Of course, they still do have 3 laps before they serve the penalty. Just looking up and down the order, trying to find some action that's unfolding. We do have this battle between Christian Lewis and Simon Kingsbury, the 38 for Fun Racing, and then the 99 from Alton Motorsports. Coming through Maggots and Beckett's now. This is for 24th place, which I believe is... Oh, and he goes wide on the exit of Chapel. That was for 13th place in class, which has been resolved quite swiftly. And Kazabakis in for an unscheduled stop, I suspect. No, 22 laps completed by the 66. I'm thinking of their sister car, my mistake. But that's a scheduled stop for the 66, so don't panic, anyone that's watching. And we're going to ride on board with Paul Holt for the Fair Racing team for a few moments. Just enjoy beautiful Silverstone in these sunset conditions here. And just sit back and relax and enjoy the traffic conditions. So there we have it, a few laps on board. Paul Holt and the Fair Racing team currently sitting in second place. And some great visuals coming from the roof cam of that particular prototype. As the sun really does start to go down in the distance as we approach the darkness hours of this race. 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining. And the number 6 actually took the position back, so they're back into a position where they are 1 lap up, and we have actually had our first LMP2 retire as well, I believe, which is the 66 Black Hawk racing car with Kasaba Kiss. So unfortunate to see that happen. That leaves our running cars up to 25 out of 33, so casualties starting to mount as we approach the latter half of this particular race. And things starting to quieten down now. So Paul Holt's got an advantage of around 20 seconds over Morris Melt in the Go Team racing car. Charlie Rigo is about 8 seconds ahead of Matthew Beavis in the number 1 machine, which is our championship leaders, no doubt. And in GT3 it is still Luna Racing that is in charge of the car, the category, sorry, the car. Of course he is. And you then have Milan Saran in the 18, which is around 30 seconds behind, followed by a further 20 seconds where you see Daniel Ersling in 3rd. We do have one battle that is starting to develop, and that is for 8th in class. That is between Houdini Racing and the 91, which is Team Scuderia. We haven't seen these guys in a long time, though the 77 has been on the screen for quite a large duration of this stream. They always seem to be doing battle with someone. Oh, and that's the number 2 off on circuit. I see entry to turn 1. And we'll stay with Ferrari though, as he seems to be in a position of strength at the moment. He's really starting to apply pressure to the Bentley. He's going to try and get the undercut here as they go through Luffield. If he can get that Ferrari turned in correctly, but the Bentley gets off sooner. Prototypes coming through in the form of the number 7. That pushes the Bentley off onto the wet line, which is struggling to get it turned in. Here comes the number 2 as well, deciding to close the door before the Ferrari can make its move. Coming down to Meggetts and Beckett. It's a really orange tinge here at Silverstone now. Last few moments of daytime. And looks like the mistake for the Ferrari has led him to just drop off ever so slightly. So that battle has gone to bed for a few moments. I'm sure he will regain some of the lost ground there, but it will take some time for that to do so. Just goes to show Maggers and Beckett really is tricky, especially when you've lost that front end grip. Can really put you in a hazardous position. So just trying to find something going on in the grand scheme of things. This is the closest battle that we've got on circuit at the moment. He's gaining ground quite significantly. Back down to half a second, in fact. So the Ferrari is a lot quicker than the Bentley. Let's have a look at the last laps for you, because that is quite a substantial margin. 2:05 for the Bentley, 2:07 for the Ferrari, but that is with the mistake that they had. If we go a few laps back from there, then we can see what kind of lap times he's doing recently. And they are on 2:01s or 2:04s in some cases. So the Bentley is at quite a large disadvantage here. A few seconds off the pace, it seems. And the Ferrari now looking down the inside. But not close enough to make the move stick. Bentley does look gorgeous in these conditions as well. Lovely paint scheme for the 77 of Houdini Racing. And last times as they come by, 2:03.5 for the Ferrari, 2:03.5 for the Ferrari, 2:05.6 for the Bentley. Look at the sunset in this game. That's one thing I've always loved about R Factor 2. It has its downs, it has its ups, and one of those really big thumbs ups that it always gets is the transition from day into night, or vice versa, from night into day. Always looks spectacular, it really does, as we're seeing here. Still 2 hours and 20 minutes left of this race though, so it's going to be quite a long stint in darkness for those still with us. I hope you've brought the popcorn, because I'm sure things will heat up before we get to the checker flagged here this afternoon. If you are watching, let us know what part of the race has... oh, went very dark all of a sudden. I guess the sun has finally gone down beyond the horizon. Oh, and he's going for the inside here into Stowe. That was very violent, trying to force the agenda. And that gap really didn't exist at the point of which he committed. He was just kind of forcing a wedge into a door and hoping that it would widen. But he certainly forced the pass. So no doubt Race Control will have a quick look at that. And you can just see the smallest tint of orange left. What a sight to behold Silverstone is in these conditions. But we are, I would say, officially into nighttime running now. On board with our leader, or following the number 6, who's been in the lead of the race for quite some time now. If you are watching the stream, let us know what part of the race has spoke to you most. What's the best part, or the best action, the best battle perhaps, the best overtaking manoeuvre that you remember from this particular round of Silverstone. And if you are one of the participants of Z Race, then come speak to us in the commentary box. Let us know how your day is going, or how bad it is going. There's been a lot of controversy, of course. The weather has certainly spiced things up. It's definitely thrown a curveball to all the teams. But if you're twiddling your thumbs and waiting for your stint to arrive, or maybe you've finished driving completely, come talk to us in the commentary box, and we'll ask you some questions. Now, of course, this is going to be only the second round of the series, for those of you that don't follow us on a regular basis. So this is round 2 of 10, with the final going to Sebring. Of course, amazing endurance circuit, needs no introduction there. But just before we get to the end of the year, we have a place that we've never been to before, which is going to be interesting to say the least, and it is Catalonia in Spain. Of course, we all know that MotoGP goes there, Formula 1 goes there. A lot of stuff to look forward to. It's a very fast circuit, a lot of high tyre degradation, and more to the point, especially in Sector 3, there's not a lot of room whatsoever for overtaking. And of course, being multi-class racing here at WSCC, that's definitely going to throw a few curveballs to some of the high competitive teams. You know, you've got to pick those moments wisely in order to ensure that you're going to come out on top. So Catalonia will be the next round before we end 2020, and then we will be going to Spa-Francorchamps, which will be the first time we've used the official circuit, which has just been released on our Factor 2. I've yet to try it myself, so I can't pass comment on how good or bad it is. But I've got a good feeling, you know, at least it'll be better than the modded version that was previously available to us. And of course, everyone loves Spa, and that will be another deciding factor. Good way to kick off the championship in 2021. Well, let's go on board with one of our GT3s now. We'll choose the 18 from Simcoe as they go through now in a completely different environment as before. For those of you that are blind, it is now completely pitch black here at Silverstone. There's a small hint of daytime in the very distance, but it won't be doing anything for the guys on the ground. So solely relying on the headlights of the car and also the competition around them. Of course, there is very little trackside light here at Silverstone. Personally, I've been there for a 24-hour race before. I think it was the Dunlop 24-hour, and it really does have a completely different atmosphere than compared to the day. It is something special. For those of you that have been to Le Mans, etc., then I'd highly recommend going to one in real life. It really does bring out a whole different kind of feeling or emotion, atmosphere, than compared to when you're driving during the day. So I will leave you to enjoy this onboard footage now as we go into the darkness, and hopefully there'll be a bit of traffic management coming into play here as they go around the circuit, so you can get an idea of what it's like. So there you have it, a few laps on board with the A-Team. The Lance around currently behind the wheel of that Porsche 911 RSI and GT3. Currently sitting in second place for you and doing a brilliant job of keeping the 98 and the 87 on their toes. He's 29 seconds behind our GT3 leaders, which has come down by a few seconds, but still 36 seconds ahead of Daniel Ersling, who is currently sitting in third place. Now we do have a battle that is slowly but surely coming down. That's between Maurice Mell and Matthew Beavis for the number 1 team, for Team Rookie Monsters. That gap is about 6 or 7 seconds as they come across the timing lines into Sector 1 as we speak. And Maurice Mell, last lap time for you on the board is a 148.6, and Matthew Beavis was a 150.5. So last time by wasn't exactly the best lap of his life, but more to the point, Maurice Mell is on a different compound of tyre. He has been pretty much the entire time he's been in the car, so clearly more suited to that style of racing. The longevity of the tyre is very important at a place here like Silverstone, and seems to be paying off, but we'll monitor that gap as best we can. It may come down over the next lap or two. It's actually gone up to 9 seconds now as we've been talking. The 38 has retired, which is Simon Kingsbury. That's the McLaren for Fun Racing, as we approach the last few stages of this race now. So that leaves our total running of 24 cars out of 33. It's quite a high death rate, shall we say, at a circuit like Silverstone. We have about 9-second gap between some of the GT3s. This is the 91 that's still going strong. This is Scuderia. And he's being hunted down by Bartek Masiek in the 76, which is Panica Gaming BMW. So he's got a lot of work to do to ensure that he stays ahead of him. And a few other places up and down the order that could be up for grabs, but nothing too spectacular at the moment. Of course, it's all going to come to a head, or so we hope, when we reach the final 2 hours or so. But we will have to wait and see. Going to drag in our next interview for this evening in the form of Christian
User was moved to your
Lewis.
channel.
So, welcome to the commentary box, Christian. Are you there?
Hello.
Welcome to the commentary box, Christian. How are you? And tell us how your race is going.
Well, I'm alright. I think probably one of my better drives, in all fairness. After crashing in the pit lane on lap 1. So I ended up with probably about a good 3 minutes of damage. So to wrestle it back to I think 12 in class, so I think that's pretty good.
So explain to us how you guys have tackled the challenges of Silverstone, moving forward through the rain, the challenges in terms of traffic conditions. How have you found that and how have you coped with it all?
It was a bit of a it caught us out actually. I expected it to be dry, so everyone obviously started on slicks. It's just confidence in the setup, really. Bump the wings up a little bit just to get a bit more downforce, and it was just finding my feet in the rain. And halfway through the stint, it started to feel good. And then going forward, as it started to dry out, the car still felt all right in the wets, and I think I just got lucky as the dry line started to form up, and I could pit because I only had about 9 laps to go as the dry line was starting to get progressively quicker. So I think I just got lucky with the progression of the track.
So moving forward, we've still got 2 hours left, and you've got your teammate Chris in the car at the moment. You got any targets in mind, or are you just pedaling around and seeing what comes to you?
We'll just take what we can get at the moment. I just want him to get settled, just get up to speed, take it easy, hopefully try and get the position we lost with the incident late in the stint at Stowe. So just hold it steady, and hopefully some positions will come in late in the race. There'll be some incidents, I'm hoping.
Yeah, okay. So moving forward throughout the season then, looking at your results in Portimao, you came 19th, which was fairly topsy-turvy season. Obviously this round looking much, much better. Are you looking to improve at Catalonia, and what can you bring to the table there? Any previous experience, etc.?
Not actually comparatively raced at Catalonia. Just get some good points on the table. The car felt quick throughout the practice here. I'm hoping we can take that through into Catalonia, build a good setup, and hopefully challenge a bit further up the grid. Hopefully a podium, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Podium, yeah. Well, I think we've all got that in mind when we first set out, but unfortunately racing has other ideas, doesn't it? Have you found the traffic here at Silverstone? Being in the GT3s, the LMP2s, trying to find every gap they can, but how's it been from your team's perspective?
The LMP2s have been a bit touch and go. Some of them are alright, some of them are not. I've been held up trying to unlap myself a little bit, trying to get past the GT3s to gain my time back. Generally, the LMP2s could improve a bit.
Yeah.
Just generally, it's a very narrow line. When you're getting pushed off, you're losing a hell of a lot of time, and you're risking a pretty big crash if it goes wrong. But other than that, everyone's been alright.
And are you getting back in the car before we get to the checkered flag, or is that you done and dusted for the day now?
And that's me done and dusted. I think I've done a good just over 3 hours, I think.
You've had enough Silverstone.
I'd love to do more, but I think that's it for now. I don't want to go overboard.
That's it.
Chris needs his 20%, so we just got to keep that in mind.
Sorry, has he only just stepped in the car, has he?
It's been a few laps, so...
Yeah, 3 laps, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he'll need to do the rest of it then in order to get his 20%. I won't want to lead you astray, so to speak. But yeah, listen, it's you've been doing well so far. You're on track to score more points than the previous round. Best of luck to you guys. It's still 2 hours left, and enjoy the rest of the stream and racing in darkness, I guess.
Yeah, alright.
Alright, thanks very much for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Alright, thanks for having me.
So that was Christian Lewis, one of the drivers for Ultimate Motorsports, with us there in '99. And he said it himself, they're doing quite well. They're P13 at the moment. They had a bit of a topsy-turvy start, and they're on track to score some solid points for their efforts this season. So his teammate is currently going around. Chris, he's just got in the car a few moments ago, and he's going to be taking the car home to the checkered flag here in the hours of darkness. So what? If I was going to drive at any point during this 6-hour race, it would certainly be during either the late evening, where you get that glorious sunset coming through the visor, etc., or it will be during the night. That's one of my favourite 2 points of racing in any endurance event. So yeah, I'm sure Chris will have a splendid time. in that Corvette for the 99. And we do have a few other interviewees that are looking to join. So let me just double check and make sure I've got everything set up correctly.
User was moved to your channel.
So joining us next in the commentary box is Patrick. Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, I've got a completely different.
It's fine.
Yes,
It's fine.
that's a brilliant introduction there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So welcome to the commentary box. Apologies for that.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, tell us how your race is going, and how's the 6 hours of Silverstone been for you?
Thank you very much. Quali wasn't okay, but I wouldn't get that amount of position. But the start was really tricky, and
Yeah.
I've decided to go for the inters, which really paid off. And I was basically like, starting from 10 and I was second, and then I switched to the wets when I started to have mistakes. I think it was quite okay, but when I switched to inters, the pace was really okay, but sometimes I was forced to go to the wet line when passing a GTs, and you can imagine what happening then. So
Yeah, we were saying during the stream that it was a fine line when you decide to go from one tyre to another, especially when you're overtaking. You get forced onto the wet stuff.
yeah,
It's not going to be a pleasant
Even-
experience on slicks.
yeah, even on the corners. So yeah, so I had to serve a drive-through because I hit the Rookie Monsters GT car at Wayland Club. It was just basically I locked up and I couldn't avoid it.
Yeah.
So I served it. I had some I lost like 15 or 20 seconds during one of my interstints because I was forced to go to the vet line, and cars ahead and behind gained on me, so I've lost a lot of time, and I've lost like P4, P5. We are now in P7. We are in P7. Hopefully we can finish it in the top 5 because hopefully it will be good, and we just hope. At least this race is better than we had last 2 weeks ago because we basically out in like the first hour, so hopefully this should be better than Portimao for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're currently in the standings in P10 at the moment.
Yeah.
So, this round you've come along really strong. You've always been in the top 5 up until now in the closing stages, which is unfortunate, but even still then, you've... can you, if anything, as we approach the 3-hour mark, you guys came into the pit lane with about 30 seconds to go.
It was a scheduled stop.
It was a scheduled stop because we was thinking, well, he's going to get points at 3 hours. Remaining, and we thought, no, if only can go one more lap, and you lost a few positions because of that.
I basically, my teammate didn't know that this rule exists,
Oh.
and he told me to fuel save, but it was too late. If you knew that earlier, I would start to fuel save, and then we would have make it, and basically that was the schedule. Like we swap at the 3-hour mark, so it was all planned.
Oh, fair enough then. At least, because I was thinking, no, it's all gone horribly wrong. But at least, that explains it then. If you didn't know about the 3-hour rule, then how can you,
Yeah, but it
was
scheduled.
What kind of preparation have you guys done coming towards Silverstone? Because there's definitely been a change between Portimao's performance and Silverstone's,
You are gonna laugh. Basically nothing.
That's very strange, because maybe then Portimao just wasn't suitable, or you wasn't comfortable there perhaps, but Silverstone maybe a bit more track experience?
I mean, for Portimao, the reason we were out is because my teammate got a blue screen at basically the first 30 minutes, and we basically were out. and my goal was like just finish ahead of the GT3s, which happened, of course. Yeah, so for Silverstone, we didn't practice that much because we had another race to prepare, and it was more prioritized, you know.
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah,
Thanks
so
very
we so yeah, I mean, it basically for me, Silverstone is a really strong track for me. So yeah, it is. I feel so much comfortable here than I was in Portimao.
Yeah. So what are you guys thinking of doing for the next round then? You know, Catalonia, are you comfortable there?
I generally hate that track from F1.
Okay then.
And I never race there with prototypes or other cars.
Yeah.
Only with F1 in the F1 games, obviously. So
Yeah.
at least me. So yeah.
Well, it's a thumbs down from you then at Royal Blue Racing for Catalonia then.
Nah, hopefully we can pull a good result out there as well.
Well, I'll tell you what,
yeah.
if you can get on the podium, then you can come back and you say, Matt, I'm sorry, you were right. Catalonia is awesome. How's that?
Yeah, and I won't change my mind.
No, you won't. Oh, we'll see. If you get loads of points there, you might put a smile on your face.
I won't.
Well, listen, it's been great having you here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
P7, it's still 2 hours to go, so hopefully you guys can get what you want, and that's the top 5.
Yeah,
but,
hopefully.
We'll see you on the next one, hopefully, and best of luck for Catalonia.
Yeah, cheers, Matt. Thank you very much.
Take it easy.
User left your channel.
So that was Patrick from Royal Blue Racing there. They've had a really strong race here at Silverstone at Royal Blue Racing. You know, they've been in the top 5 pretty much most of the afternoon, and it's been only in the latter stages that they've started.
Well,
to go
drivers, this
back
is race
into
control.
P7.
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's another code 80 somewhere.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
So that's the second one for this afternoon. There's not any debris. Magazine Beckett's is the usual culprit for something like this, but that seems to be clear. Live timing isn't showing any stationary vehicles either. The only other place I could really think of is maybe Brooklands, Luffields, maybe even Village. But they all seem to be pretty clear. All the cars are moving, so whatever it is, maybe it's got back underway. Anyone that's done a really bad sector time, perhaps? I'm not too sure. But we're down to 24 running cars. There's no new casualties. You've got the 87 and the 73. They've dived into pit lane to take advantage of the situation. But not too sure what's going on there as we now enter the final stages of this race, ladies and gents. So things are ticking along quite nicely now. Whatever it is, it must not have been cleared as of yet, because it's still... We've got 2 cars in the pit lane. Looks like there may be some damage here to Ben Hitz and the Bros Racing prototype. So looks like there may have been a collision there. In fact, race control's in the waiting room right now. So if we just
User was moved to your
if
channel.
we just drag in Dave, is everything okay, Dave? What's happened there to cause the code 80?
Yeah, it was number 89. I think they had a big accident going possibly into, through Maggots and Beckett's. Possibly earlier, maybe through Cops. I didn't catch the actual incident myself, but no rear wing, crabbing, big damage for them.
Wow. Okay, well, I'll let you get back to marshalling just quickly, as I'm sure they're all eager to get back underway now, but I'll leave you to it.
All right, thank you very much.
So the cars
User
still
left
going
your
around at the moment. Oh, now they're all deciding to go into pit lane.
All drivers, this race control. Green flag in 10 seconds.
And the car's coming into pit lane now. So here comes Pim Van Aert from second place. Ooh, big incident for the number
5, 4,
18.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
The number 18 has spun on the entry of pit lane. That's not the first time we've seen that either. And we're back now under racing conditions. Luckily, Pim van Aert took avoiding action just in the nick of time, as he's back underway now, so it was just a splash and dash for that car. Clearly trying to tighten up the far end of the strategy. And number 18 is in pit lane at the moment. In the meantime, our leading GT3, the 89, it's meant to be the 98, not too sure what's happened there, is still leading in class. And Daniel Ersling is still in third as well for F1, or say Bros Racing Team. Formerly known as F1 Bros Racing Team, for those of you that are wondering why I said that. So they've had a bit of a name change, but it's now Bros Racing Team. My apologies.
All drivers take caution. There is a stationary car on the exit of Luffield in the gravel, so please take caution through there.
Oh, and what is that? That is one very dangerous car, and that is Vaughan Freeman, Track VR Racing. We had Colin Sanders inside the commentary box earlier on this afternoon stating how they wanted to get this car to the end. It still would score points if it can get to the checkered flag for the 6 out mark, that is, of course. So hopefully they can... Oh no, they can't get it to the end. So something very bad has happened to that Ferrari, potentially blowing the engine, because that's what happened to Colin as well. They said they blew the engine. So maybe further issues developing for Track VR. That's not been their weekend. That's both cars out of the race. And of course that means that the rest of the field will benefit as a result. And we've got one battle in the GT3 class starting to develop.
All drivers,
here.
track is now clear. Track is now clear.
And one of the cars in the background was coming out of the old pit entrance, or exit should I say. So that's very, very weird. I wasn't expecting that one at all. So anyway, we've got this battle between the number 5 with Pavlo behind the wheel and Bradley Sellers in the number 3. And both Ferraris, one Team Rookie Monster and the other one is AC Simsports. So this would be one to watch as they come through to the end of Sector 3. And in terms of position... Oh, and he's actually had a spin. Why is it whenever we go and look at a battle, something always happens? But that was for P10 in class, what it was going to be anyway, before they have their little moment. But whenever we actually find something, it's always a spin, or pits, or something. Give us some action, please. But that is now widened back to 6.5 seconds now. In fact, Pavlo is actually gaining ground on the 91, which is another Ferrari, which belongs to Scuderia, up the road. So we've got to keep an eye on that battle as well. It's 1.5 seconds between the 91 and the number 5 from AC Simsports. So looking to gain some ground. They've flipped the switch and are going forward instead of back. And this is going to be for 9th place. On board with Pavlo now as he comes into Maggots and Beckett's complex. And 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining here, gentlemen. Oh, and he's... Again... Fate, clearly, it must be commentator's curse, mustn't it? It must be, because as soon as we go on to any form of battle or anything, they just spin or do something. And the number 3 in the meantime has got by once again, and he's actually going to try and do battle with the 4th place car, which I believe is the 19 from Simco Racing. So he's able to unlap himself that particular time by. Almost offered a bit of a buffer zone between him and Pavlo in the number 5 there. The number 4's 4th place GT3 is coming into pit lane. So that might have explained why he was taking it easy. But I'd just like to have a battle where someone doesn't spin, you know. I'm not saying that in a degrading way whatsoever. It seems to be whenever I look at something, it's like they just seem to have all of the world's bad luck descend upon them. But never mind. Never mind. So, closing stages of the race. We'll stay with the number 5 for now because they are the closest battle on track at the moment. Currently at 2 seconds between both parties. In the meantime, don't forget to give the live stream a thumbs up, please, as it really does help us get the exposure to help you and your teams get the attention they deserve, as well as creating a great community for endurance racing, which of course we all love to see. If you are interested in joining, if you haven't seen us before, you can go to our website at checkeredflagsimsports.com, and we've got 2 championships currently underway, and that is the ACC Trofeo Cup, which kicks off in January, and of course this one, which is the World Sports Car Challenge. We are now closing into the final stage of the race, and I will go for my second commercial break here. Be our final break before we take you to the end of to the checkered flag, shall we say. So we'll be right back after this short advert. Don't go anywhere, and we'll continue the action in these very short moments. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the final stages of the 6 Hours Silverstone, the second round of Season 4 of the World Sports Car Challenge. There's just 1 hour and 41 minutes left, and we're going to rejoin the action right where it kicked off, and that is a battle between the top 5 here in GT3. Go Team Racing holding off the 19 of Simcoe and their Porsche 911 RSR, and the Corvette doing everything it can to hold them at bay before we get to the checkered flag now. Of course, the strategic side of this race is coming to a close. There is 1 or 2 potential pit stops available, especially for the GT3s, which have been pretty much on the dot, maybe going with about 40 minutes left. But it will still be a tall order. It's essentially now a sprint race as the Porsche now gets onto the outside line of the Corvette. He will still have the defensive position going into Stowe as one of the LMP2s tries to get by, and the Porsche's already drag raced his way past, got clear completely of the Corvette coming down into Stowe. So that was a nice easy overtake for the team. No troubles whatsoever as we go on board with the Corvette now. Don't believe he's got much left in the tank to fight back, unfortunately. Last lap time was a 2:04.7, whereas the Porsche was a 2:03.6. So even in these closing conditions, Porsche does have a fairly significant advantage over the Corvette here at Silverstone. Also got this battle coming into its own once more. Bradley Sellers finding himself in a very similar situation as before, behind the 77 of Houdini Racing now. That Bentley has been going for a very long time indeed. As we enter Brooklands, and there goes the F1 Bros Racing Orica. And only 1.5 seconds separating Bradley Sellers from taking that position away now. So of course we have had a few retirements in the closing stages here, so this means that 3 points are up for grabs. The Bentley sitting in P9, Ferrari trying to steal those extra 2 points away. For those of you that don't know how the point system works in this championship, it is pretty much 3 points from the leader down to second place, and then 2 points difference all the way down into P10, and then it goes all the way to 15, with the last 3 remaining points being given individually. So if he can get up past this car, he can get an extra 2 points for the championship in the closing stages of this round. And if we look further ahead, it's 27 seconds until you see the 91, which isn't at all possible with 1 hour and 1.5 hours left. Right now, though, he needs to focus on what's ahead of him, and that is one very wide Bentley chassis that occupies the position that he is after. And coming down into Sector 3 and about to start the next lap. Got a lovely Union Jack on top of the Bentley. And going through turns 1 and into Village. No opportunities have presented themselves just as of yet, but he certainly is in a position that is stronger than the 77, so it's only a matter of time before he sets that up to make the move once and for all, as he does on the exit of Aintree onto... Oh, wow. That's a very... Oh, what on earth has happened there? That car disappeared for a split second and then reappeared. Bloody hell. That's one thing that rFactor 2 doesn't do too well, but sometimes that happens when the client is having trouble connecting to the server, and it can cause a delay, shall we say, in data from the server being sent to that individual client, and that can cause that to happen sometimes. It's not unheard of, it's been there for years, but you know, we haven't had that all race. We had some of it at Portimao, but you know, at Silverstone it's quite unheard of because it's official content, it's well optimized, so very, very strange indeed. But that brings an end to what was going to be a fairly nice battle there. Where is the 77 now? He's lost 2 positions as a result of that small episode, unfortunately. But still going, he's 8 seconds adrift of the next car, which is the number 5 of AC Simsports there. Some cars in pit lane. This time it's the 91 and the 76 from Panica Gaming, as is the Go Team Racing Corvette as well. So that might explain the lack of pace coming from the number 7, especially if they were double stinting those tyres. In the meantime, other cars going by. Let's have a look, see if those are due in soon as well. Yeah, the number 5 has done 28 laps, so he'll be in the next 1 or 2 times by, and he'll then have to go into pit lane once more. Very interesting, because there's 34 minutes still left. The cars are going for roughly an hour and 10 minutes approximately. And the 99 certainly not happy with the 5 for making that particular move, flashing his headlights aggressively. And the car that was seen on the Wellington Straight was actually the number 12. So the number 12 has somehow been able to rejoin the race. He says he crashed, but now he's back in pit lane again after having that incident. So, jeez, you couldn't make it up, could you? You really couldn't. So one of the cars in pit lane, that's Morris Mel and Royal Blue Racing as well. And back underway there for Go Team Racing. Now we do have one battle that is slowly but surely coming closer and closer, and that is Charlie Rigo and Mantis Rikus for Team Rookie Monsters, our championship leaders for this particular round. Now On-Off Racing is sitting in 3rd. So if they want to move closer to our championship leaders, then they need to ensure that they stay ahead of that number 1 machine, who's just appeared in the background there, entering the start-finish straight. Let's have a look at our lap times coming in for both cars, and let's compare. So Charlie Vigo on lap 11 of his current stint was a 151.2, which is off pace. His standard pace, shall we say, is 148 or higher 48. And then Mantis Rikus, on the other hand, is also similar strategy on lap 11 of his current stint. Is on 149s and 148s as well, and his last lap was 150.3, so he would have gained about a second last time by, no doubt because of traffic. However, that is not going to be an easy task to close in on Charlie Rigo, because the lap times are pretty much very, very similar indeed. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as best we can. And the number 12 has come back into life. It's currently sitting in pit lane now, so hopefully they'll be able to get back underway again. Obviously having some PC or computer issues, which might have explained why it was having that boomerang effect, perhaps because they were suffering from problems at home on their own personal computer might explain something, not too sure. Unfortunately, 77 was caught up in that though. Now our leader is in the hands of Moseb Benamar. He's been in the car for 21 laps, so this is his first stint behind the wheel. And coming into pit lane after completing his final lap, so 23 laps completed this time by. And coming to a full stop. Will the jacks go up, or is it just a fuel stop? Of course, fuel goes in first, and then tyres go on second. And he's away again already, so fairly quick stop. That's just going to be fuel alone, no tyres for the leading number 6. And back out onto the track he goes. Pim van Ark, who is still sitting in second place, is currently on lap 12 of his current stint. So he may be able to... I'm trying to think strategically here in terms of how many laps. He may be able to get to the end of this hour, or close to it at least, before coming into pit lane. Of course, lap times are about 150 for the prototypes. So it shouldn't be too much of an ask. He probably will come into the pit lane with 1 hour and 10 minutes remaining, which will actually be quite advantageous, because that means he will not need to do a single splash and dash. It will be part of his regular strategy. He can just flow to the end with maybe a bit less fuel for the final stop. So that would be interesting. Not too sure how that will play out for our leading number 6 though. Although the gap to them is currently 89 seconds, so it's quite a tall order to make up that kind of gap. Maurice Mell is the next car down the list in P3, 39 seconds behind second place at Pim van Ark, and lap times to match as well, so he's doing a 151 with traffic no doubt, but all of the top LMP2 teams really are on a similar pace indeed. Charlie Rigo's your next man in the list, 40 seconds behind, and then it's only 7 seconds before you see Mantis Ricus. GT3's been quite uneventful in the top standings. Although we did have some, having said that, we did have some really good battles at the start of the race. And there's a penalty for Chris Tompkins, who is the 99, that's Alton Motorsport. And we do have a battle starting to emerge here. Bradley Sellers catching up to the 91, which we did say earlier was going to happen. That seems to be coming into reality now as we go into Sector 2, Magnussen Beckett's. And on board with Bradley Sellers for the number 3 team Rookie Monster Machine. Both Ferraris in this case, and fighting for P7 in class, so some substantial points available here. With 1.5 hours still remaining. It's a fairly lonely part of the circuit, having said that. Most of the cars seem to be quite a few going through Sector 2 at the moment, and a lot going through Copse and Magnussen Beckett, so that seems to be the busier part of the track this afternoon. Of course, we are down to quite a few cars, quite a high casualty rate this round at Silverstone, which is unlike us, because Portimao we only had 3 DNFs, I think. But this time by, it's a much higher casualty rate. Now he is catching quite significantly, especially under braking here into Luff or Brooklands, shall we say. Lost a bit of ground coming through Luffield itself though. Maybe lost a bit of traction, especially going through the dirty air. Those front tyres will start to rise in temperature where it doesn't get the cold ambient air from Silverstone. It's very cold here this afternoon, or this evening shall we say. And we're now down to 22 running cars here this evening. So we started with 33, so it's 11 casualties, or 10 casualties. And going back on board with the number 3. And now coming into Village, he's going to try and make the move down the inside, thinks better of it. Not close enough just as of yet. Can he do it into Brooklands? Still not close enough. He's got to find that extra tenth or two in order to make it viable move. Oh, the 91 goes a bit wide. Still holding that inside line though, defending rather well. And we will start to get some LMP2 prototype traffic get involved in this as well if it's not quick enough. Going into Copse Corner, quite controversial. Ooh, carefully does it, Bradley. Of course, he will not have had the right to be there. He needs to be far up the inside in order to make something like that really work. He just didn't have that to his advantage though. It was very close. Very, very close. Nearly ended in tears. Slipstream playing its part on the way down to Stowe. Still needs that extra tenth or two to find the advantage he needs. And looks like he might be coming into pit lane. Yes, he is. So he's truly trying to get the move done before he had to come in for full service. And this is going to be quite difficult for them because 1 hour and 22 minutes still left in this race. I don't think their fuel is going to be able to last that long. He will have to think about coming in one final time before getting to the checkered flag here this afternoon. Our leader now, Mosef Benamar for the number 6 Black Hawk Racing team, slicing through GT3 traffic. And the 73 of Malcolm Smith, that's another Team Rookie Monster Cast, the white Ferrari this time, is only 4 seconds behind Daniel Ersling at the moment. They're currently sitting in 3rd. We've had another driver change with Balas Kiss behind the wheel of the 18 now, so expect them to go back up the order in a short moment's time. Let's make sure that that is the case as well. Malcolm Smith's done 15 laps, Daniel Ersling is on his 15th lap, as is our leader as well. So the 18 we'll have to wait and see if they've made a mistake at some point. Last lap times are all within what you'd expect, 203, 202, etc, etc. So not too sure what's happening there. But they are a lap down from Malcolm Smith at the moment, so have we missed something? Perhaps with the previous driver? So has someone else seen something that I haven't? Has the 18 had a massive incident at some point? And required extensive repair, perhaps? But either way, we've got battles starting to emerge. Especially between the top two positions in the GT category. So here comes Daniel Ersling in the Bros Racing Ferrari. 77 from Houdini Racing and their Bentley, split the two cars that are about to do battle, but that gap is down to 3.8 seconds from 5. There's Fair Racing team going by. They're still doing a good job. Pim Van Ark is in second place for them, still on the lead lap. And then in their sister car, the 33, is in P8. So, Malcolm Smith really pushing the limits of that Ferrari. Nearly had a huge tank slapper moment coming into Magnus and Beckett's. Got to be careful. Don't want to throw everything away when it's so close to the end. Well, first he has to navigate his way around the Bentley, the 77, which is being driven by, I think it's Thibaut Lenertz. And then he will have to go on towards the back end of that Ferrari from Bros Racing. Gap is down to 3.8 seconds, so it's kind of even out over that last lap. Last lap time's coming through now. Let's have a quick peek, see what we've got on our hands. In fact, Malcolm Smith was slower last time by at least 0.3 seconds. And that was all because of that twitch in Sector 2, Magnus and Beckett's. In the meantime, we've got a battle going on further down the order. The last running cars with the 111 from Vito Boffa, Minato Boffa Sim Racing, and Chris Tompkins in the 99 for Alton Motorsport. So still points available here, this far down the order. And they're going through Village at the moment, or Farm and then Abbey, etc. and now into Village. So we'll stay on board with these guys for the time being, see if they can make the move stick in that BMW. Accelerating down towards Cops. Gap is down to half a second, so it's very achievable if he can find that extra bit of pace. And the BMW showing its strong points as it comes down into Cops now. He needs to make sure he hugs that inside line, which he does. He's gained a bit of ground, 0.3 seconds now as we come into Sector 2. And he's backed off massively. For some reason, there's LMP2 going by. That's Pim Van Ark, I believe. Yep, that is correct. that has pretty much killed off that battle. I think he didn't really need to concede there. In all honesty, you know, it's coming into Magazine Beckett's. It's not really a place to overtake as the 99 goes very wide. We'll go back to the battle with Daniel Ersling and Malcolm Smith. So following around Daniel Ersling for the time being. Malcolm Smith, on the other hand, is doing so well. He's being able to post fairly decent lap times. He's matching Daniel Ersling, who is still in second place at the moment. He still needs to find that extra bit of pace if he's going to be able to close that gap down even further. Grand scheme of things, not really much going on. I'm sure there's battles raging on in the pit strategy side of things. We won't really know where people stand until that final stop is made, especially in the LMP2 class, where we know that Pim van Ark is certainly on a different strategy. He half stinted at one point, so we know for a fact that he may have a slight advantage, or it may repay him in kind when it comes to the final stop. But how much of that we'll be able to take out of the leader? He's still roughly 80 seconds behind, and due to... Oh! And that is a spin for Pim van Ark. I don't know if the car is dead or not. Time's running out. He's going fast into the background there. Here comes Maurice Mell, and there's a stationary car.
This is race control. All drivers be advised that there is a stationary car on the international pit straight. Never mind, green flag.
So Pim van Ark has retired. What on earth has happened there? Something happened. It like it blew an engine or something, but we've just lost the second place car. Wow. So that is not how I expected things to go at all, but as is the way with racing sometimes. But we'll carry on, keep calm and carry on, and bring in our next interviewee
User was moved to your
for
channel.
the evening. So say hi to Simon Marshall. Welcome to the commentary box, Simon. And yes, Team Rookie Monsters as a whole doing very well, and yourself driving the 73. Let's start with how your personal experience has gone so far.
Hi Matt, yeah, so 73, great race. I love the rain and those conditions where it's transitioning into dry, just sublime. I love them, I really thrive on them. So yeah, for me, great race. Started P11 I think it was.
Yeah.
A few little spins, a couple little contacts, but didn't pick up any major damage, and I think I handed over to Malcolm in P4, so good day at the office for me.
I mean, you're currently sitting in P3 at the moment, behind Daniel Ersling, and you've got the 18, the Simco Porsche, behind you. Do you think you can hold that ground, or even potentially move forward into second place going forward?
I think that Porsche behind us is quite a long way back, so it's basically, as far as we're concerned, P2 is our goal. So obviously more than an hour to go yet, a lot can happen in that hour. But yeah, podium, be happy with that either way.
So you've got quite a few cars here this afternoon. Are you quite happy with the overall team effort, or give us an insight as to how the team overall is feeling, if you have any insight into that at this stage?
Oh, this makes you think that I've got to disturb them. I'm just letting them get on with it. But
oh, fair enough.
A big shout out to number 2, Wuto. It's his first drive in an endurance series. He's come from a kind of GPV background, doing downforce cars. So that's quite a step up for him to navigate the traffic, and first race navigating the weather as well. So yeah, good result for him. P6 currently. See where he can finish up.
And how have you found, you've already mentioned the weather, about how you've enjoyed the transition phase. Do you find that you've gained a lot of time during those? How was the competition in comparison when they were surprised as much as we were when it decided to come down with all this rain?
Yeah, so I think in a couple of the practice sessions there has been rain sessions, and we've taken the setup out in the rain, and the car performed really strong in that rain. So we'd done a few laps on it, not loads of laps, not loads of testing, but we knew that the car was strong in the wet. A bit disappointed to hear that plans were for a dry race, because in the dry, I don't actually like the car. A few little quirks which kind of rear their head. I've been driving the 650 in World GT Challenge, and that's a safe as houses car, whereas the Ferrari's got a few little quirks, especially in the dry. Whereas in the wet, the Ferrari just comes alive, and yeah, it's a really nice car to drive, and felt like I was running rings around people out there. I was just loving every minute.
So have you found you say it's got a few quirks, have any of those reared their head at Silverstone in particular, or have you found it, a handful at certain points?
I think it's the aero wash in some of the corners that require downforce. You kind of have to be careful how close you are. I think Portimao last week, we were sitting about P7th in a good position, had a bit of damage, managed to do a driver swap and fix the damage at the same time, so it wasn't too bad. But I had a disconnect, but rejoined, laps down, sit behind a car directly behind with an elevation change.
Yeah.
The aero wash, just your car just goes. You've got no chance. If you're sitting right behind a car where you need some aero, it just disappears, and you lose control. There's no getting it back. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. But I mean, Catalonia's got a few elevation changes. Not as many, but there's one that comes to mind, especially in Sector 2, that one that goes up and to the right. Do you think that'll cause a few issues for you next 2 weeks, or are you feeling quite confident going forward into that round?
We'll see. It's not one of my favourite tracks, but it's pretty good. Sorry, my teammates are just calling me. But yeah, we'll cope with it. We'll do a bit more practice than normal. The elevation changes, we'll just be careful to sit behind people. That's essentially what we found with the Ferrari. Elevation changes and sitting in the aero wash of someone else. So it's a recipe for danger.
Yeah. Well, you say your teammate's trying to contact you now, so I'll let you go and get on with some team management side of things. But, you know, best of luck for the last remaining hour of the race and going forward as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Cheers.
So that was Simon Marshall, driver of the White Ferrari, the 73 for Team Rookie Monsters. Very competitive driver and team as well. So he's always been a fan of coming to WCC, always puts on a good show. And as mentioned, he's he loves those changing conditions, which we've had plenty of here at Silverstone, luckily. So they're currently sitting in P3. Let's have an update on that situation, see if they are gaining on anyone ahead. And it is down to 3.5 seconds when it was up to 5. So they are slowly but surely making ground. So Malcolm Smith behind the wheel, and he's going to be soon be doing battle with Daniel Ersling in the Bros Racing Ferrari as well. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds. But we'll bring in our next interviewee, which is Arcdius
User was moved
Atriba.
out of your channel.
Got a few coming in
Error.
at the end of the race.
User was moved to your channel.
So welcome to the commentary box, Arcdius, and yeah, Panica Gaming, which I believe you're is the correct team that you're a driver of. You know, you've had one car that's sadly retired, but the other one's still going strong, I believe.
Yes, the 76 is... We had some issues with our Factor 2, but currently we recovered and we are P11. So we are looking to score top 10 finish. But we had an issue with the driver swap. David was trying to enter the car. We pitted, but we couldn't do a driver swap for some reason. So Bartek is doing one more sting, and we'll try
again
in a 3 minutes time again.
Well, that is unfortunate, but not unheard of in the R Factor 2 world, unfortunately. What happened to the sister car? I don't recall remembering seeing it DNF at any point. Was there quite a big incident, or is it more shenanigans, mechanical shenanigans, shall we say?
I believe this was a Factor 2 bug as well. It was me driving, I was catching P5, I was pushing. And then maybe I just increased the gear too fast and got neutral gear, and my engine died instantly. I don't know why I got neutral gear.
So
I think that's some configuration bug from a factor. I don't know. I had to investigate it.
Ah, fair enough. Well, it's unfortunate because it was. You're not the only one, so either. So quite a few people running into problems. Next car up the order is the 77 Houdini Racing Bentley. The gap is around 74 seconds. Do you think that's too tall an order, or are you giving it all and you think you've got the pace to do that?
Right now there is we had an off track. There is still a chance we can catch him, because now we will do a short pit stop, because we have, I believe, 70 liters now on board. So at 1 hour mark we'll do a shorter pit stop.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the Bentley is doing. Maybe David will be able to catch him. We'll see.
And how have you found Silverstone overall? Has it been a fairly pleasant experience, or is it one you'd rather soon forget?
I really don't like this track, but today, especially the first laps, it was the craziest first laps in my life. I was starting P6, then half of the cars ahead of me pitted, and I was suddenly P3, and then the race started, and I got tapped from behind, and I spun the first corner, and I was back to the P20, P30, I believe.
Yeah.
And 2 laps later, I just overtook some cars, and Bartek told me on the Discord that you are leading the class. I thought he was joking, but apparently I was leading the class, and David in the sister car was P2.
Yeah.
So it was crazy.
It's certainly been a funny one, that's for sure. What about Catalonia? We've had a bit of a mixed response. Some people hate it, some people love it. But what's your opinion back at Panica Racing and yourself?
I like Catalonia, but I never raced there in Factor 2, so I don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly unusual track. I've not seen it on any calendars before myself either, hence why we decided to spice things up a bit. But your teammate's coming in now. But listen, you've got 1 hour left, and you're saying you're going to go for P10. I wish you the very best of luck in that. And, you know, fingers crossed things will be less chaotic at the start in 2 weeks' time at Catalonia.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for popping by. We'll see you next time. So
User
that was
disconnected from your channel.
Arcadius Treba for the Panica Racing team. The 76 still going strong and trying to chase down that forward position. On board with our leader Mosab Ben Ammar. He's still trying to get a 1 lap advantage over the rest of the competition. And we do have this battle between Charlie Rigo and Mantis Rikus slowly coming together as well. So it's something to keep an eye on. But we'll stay on board with Mantis Rikus for the time being. And to enjoy the onboard footage from Silverstone. 3.5 seconds behind our second place, correction, third place car, Charlie Rigo for Honors Racing. Of course, there's still the development of this race because that Pim Van Aert for the Fair Racing team is no longer in second place, so that is a very, very surprising development here. Maybe, potentially, we might be able to speak to one of the Fair Racing team guys before the end of the race, but I'm not too sure. We do have something developing here between these cars. The number 3, it's because they're pit lane, that's why, my mistake. There's a few cars coming down now, one of which is our GT3 leader. This will be their final stop to get to the checkered flag now. Adam's still behind the wheel for Lunar Racing there as he comes to a full stop, and he will get back underway shortly. Now we have this battle between Houdini Racing and AC Simsports in the number 5 as well. So this is going to be for the top 10 position, 9th place in fact, as they come down towards Copse Corner now. So something must have happened to the 18 as well while we're talking about the GT3 pack. Because Blaskis was in second place, firmly in second place. They were exchanging positions with Daniel Ersling and the Bros Racing Ferrari, but now to be one entire lap down from Malcolm Smith, who now occupies third. Something big must have happened to that Porsche 911 for them to lose so much ground. Which of course is a huge shame, but that's the way things go sometimes, unfortunately. And what can you do? Now, Daniel Ersling is coming to the end of his stint now. He takes the lead of the race from Lunar Racing, who are just coming outside pit lane now. So they've got a huge advantage coming into the final stages of this race. To go back to this battle between these two teams. AC Simsports holding off that Soul Bentley Continental. That's the new 2020 version for this season as well. 77 really pacey in the closing stages of this race though. Let's have a look at the lap times for you as they're coming in. Strategy wise, the Bentley is on 19 laps, so he's definitely got a few more in the bag before he has to come into pit lane. And as for the number 5, he is on a very similar strategy, 18 laps into the current stint. So they're pretty much on par for strategic deployment, and it'll just be a splash and dash near the end of this race. So it's pretty much whoever takes the crown or takes the position will come home at the checkered flag with the points. Using all of the track available there in the Bentley. It's obviously a very wide car. And Ferrari coming down into Copse Corner now. Oh, and he goes wide at the exit of Copse. It's almost as if they're saying, oh, you're on stream, don't mess it up, and then they proceed to mess it up. That Bentley now all the work to do again. And he's got maybe another 10 laps before he's due back into pit lane. Do love the sound of the Bentley as well. In fact, from everyone's opinion that's watching on stream, what's the best sounding car in R-Factor 2 right now? I mean, the Audi sounds quite good as well. And then you've got the Aston Martin. That's a good sounding car. Corvette always sounds good. There's so many good choices to have. Bentley, of course, is that nice dark rumbling noise that it makes as it goes past. And then the Porsche is that screaming car as well. Obviously higher whining. In fact, we'll go on board with the 77 for a short moment just to enjoy that as it gets closer and closer to the back end of the Ferrari. Luckily avoided all of the calamities presented to it as the LMP2s made their way past. And I've just completely missed something, haven't I? Number 5 has made a mistake just a few moments ago. I was too busy looking at the live data, and they've changed over positions. So number 5 made a mistake, 77 has gone through, and that position is there. P9 in GT3 for you. We're now into the final hour of the race, ladies and gents. And I would like to say that it's going to be fairly easy to predict what's going to happen, but after what's happened so far in this race, I really do not think that's a wise idea. We've had 2 LMP2s retire, and the rest of them have been GT3s. 22 running cars out of 33. Yes, the track is completely dry now. I believe there may still be some reflection, like on the outside of the track limits, for example. Maybe on the grass, because that, of course, will take more time to dry. And maybe even potentially in pit lane, as we've seen quite a few cars go wide as they go around the corner to enter the pit lane straight. But as far as actually on track is aware, I believe it is fully dry, if not very close to it. So hopefully we won't have any more issues with the drivers losing control of the cars. Everyone is on slicks now, no need for any other tyre compounds whatsoever. In fact, everyone is on slicks bar the number 13, which are on the medium compound tyres themselves. We've got the 18 in for its final pit stop as well for Simco Racing. And they're now back down off the jacks and ready to go. Oh no, they're changing tyres on the back as well. That's a very strange strategy in the final stages here. And there goes their teammate. A little flash of light, a friendly flash of lights to say, hello, we're here as well. So 47 minutes remaining. I wouldn't have gone for a full service at this stage. Their tyres must be really shot if they're opting for that kind of strategy in the closing stages, but it's going to be 4 very sharp swords on each side of the corner, and that will be a perfect weapon to set those lap times should they need them. Balazkis is in 4th place at the moment. He's got a 1 lap deficit to the car ahead. So he knows that he won't be able to make any ground going forward, but also 1 lap behind is the 13 from Go Team Racing. So maybe he's just playing it safe and getting all 4 tyres changed. And there goes Velasquez once again. So both the Simco cars are now back out on track. The sister car only 8.5 seconds behind in P5. Then they've got a large advantage over to the car in 6th place, which is the 13. And looking ahead, they haven't got much flexibility there unless something happens to the number 73 or the 87. So Malcolm Smith is still trying to chase down Daniel Ersling as he comes around the final corner now. Still a lot of work to be done. 45 minutes still remaining. He's got to find that extra pace before we get to the end of this afternoon's race. So let's quickly have a look at the lap time, see what they're doing in respect of one another. Malcolm Smith actually is faster last time round, 201.394. and 202.855 for Daniel Ersling there. So he is the faster of the 2 cars on the last time past the start finish. But the question is he going to be able to bridge that gap to make the pass? Looking into the LMP2 battles, we still have Charlie Rigo being chased by Mantis Rikas, the gap up to 4 seconds. So things are starting to close down in this regard as well. Only by a second over the last half hour or so, last time we looked. So things are being maintained by both parties for the time being. Maybe preserving fuel, waiting for that last final splash and dash, and that's when it will really start to count for both these teams. And the question is, when will one of them actually come into the pit lane? And of course you've got the lovely white LED stripes that they have on the on-off racing team. Illuminates brilliantly during the hours of darkness there. I've always wondered how they've done that as well, but very well done indeed. Quite a bit of traffic at this part of the circuit. Chris Tompkins has a penalty, so not sure if that was issued by race control, if that was just for exceeding track limits excessively. Of course, track limits do reset after a while, and they just keep going and going. But anyway, back to Charlie Rigo and Mantis Rikas. And riding on board with Charlie Rigo for on-off racing. He's currently sitting in 3rd, which will match his previous result 2 weeks ago at Portimao. And in fact, the car ahead is the number 7, which is Timothy Goer. They will also be finishing in the same position as 2 weeks ago. In fact, the only change in the order is Motorsport Benamar, the Black Hawk Racing team. They finished in 8th place 2 weeks ago at Portimao, and they of course are going to be taking home victory here if they can bring it to the checker flag. I believe he's following the leader in class at the moment, Motorsport Benamar. Yes, he is. So he's actually matching the times of the leader at present, which is a shame because, of course, the strategy that's unfolded, given the rain and the changing conditions, has meant that they've become so widely spread apart. And if we look into the situation in terms of pit stops, Timothy goes on lap 6 of his current stint. Charlie Reed goes on lap 16, so he will need to do one final splash and dash. Mantas Rikas is on lap 19, so he's due in any moment now as well in the next 3 to 4 laps. And this will be their final splash and dash. We know that the LMP2s can go at least 45 minutes, 40 to 45 minutes at least, on one full tank. And that's what they'll be looking for, that magic number, which we have right now, in fact, which is 40 minutes left in this 6-hour race. It's been a very long one here this afternoon, this evening, should I say. Endurance racing is a very arduous task for one here in the commentary box. But we're almost there, gents. We're almost there. We're almost at the checker flag. But I shall go and make myself a nice cup of tea, very British, in my Castrol Silk Cut Jag mug that I got from GP Box. As I said in the store, I said there's nothing more British than having a cup of tea in a mug that has Jaguar written on it. And 40 minutes remaining. Now things are very quiet on the Western Front, as they say. And having said that, oh no, it's a pit stop strategy unfolding here between the number 4 and the 33. So the 33, Chris Gonzalez, behind the wheel of the Fair Racing Team prototype, now in pit lane. And the number 4 has been able to go by during that small window of time. When are they due in themselves? They're on lap 9 of their current stint at the moment, so I believe they will still need to do one final splash and dash before they come into the pit lane. Typically we're seeing around 20 to 22 laps completed by these prototypes before they come in for another full tank. You can So having completed 9 of those already, he's already halfway through this current stint. But what he will have to his advantage is he won't need to stay in there for very long. It will just simply be in there, about 5 laps of fuel, back out again. And that will be the problem that is now in the mind, no doubt, of Chris Gonzalez in the 33 machine, because he's just taken on quite a large amount of fuel, pretty much a full tank in that final stop of his, whereas he knows full well that Royal Blue Racing only need to do a very short pit stop at the end, which may pay off very much. So it's got to be full pelts or 100% given if he's going to be ensuring that his car comes home in that 6th place position. Malcolm Smith in the meantime popping over to GT3. We're on board with Daniel Ersling. Not so good for Team Rookie Monsters. They're still putting in very decent lap times. In fact, they're going faster than the leader is by 2 seconds a pop. But it's just not enough. Daniel Ersling's able to hold them at bay and even extend that lead by at least 2 to 3 tenths per lap for that Bros Racing Ferrari. And it has to be said that with 37 minutes remaining, each second that goes by, that window gets smaller and smaller to become achievable. At the moment, he needs to essentially eat off about just shy of half a second a lap. And of course, with the high casualty rate that we've had here this afternoon, for some reason, I don't know why, that has meant that all of the cars can pretty much focus on their lap times. There's no usual high traffic volumes. There's no traffic situations going through Magus and Beckett's as much as there was at the start of the race, which we saw a lot of. And that means that they can really just focus on hammering down, getting those lap times, hitting the apexes of each corner, and it is just a game of who is the fastest out on track. Now, something has also happened to the number 1 car, because Mantis Rikas is now 10 seconds behind. Hang on, what's going on here? Ah, Charlie Rigo in pit lane. There we go, that explains it. But something did happen to Mantis Rikas. It's come back down now. But Mantis Rikas has just done his final stop. That explains it. Here we go, ladies and gents. This is going to be a battle and a half. Both cars completed their final pit stops and re-emerges right on the back end of On-Off Racing in that 79 machine. He's going to try and do it up the inside. A little side bump there before getting back underway again. That's that final. This is a sprint to the finish now. Mantis Rikas taking the lead in 3rd place. It was a bit boisterous. It was a bit argy-bargy, but it worked. It did the job. And he's now back into that position in 3rd place. Charlie Rigo now has to get back up to speed, get the temperature back into those tyres in order to fight back for this final podium spot. So, strategic move unfolding in the final stages of the race.
Hey, wake up!
But yes, before I was rudely interrupted, I got told to wake up. Clearly I was asleep. Charlie Rigo is still in this fight. 0.8 seconds coming down into the final sector here. And 0.5 seconds, so he's starting to get some temperature back into these tyres now. His exit was slightly impeded by the 77 Bentley of Houdini Racing. And yeah, things are starting to heat up quite nicely now. As our leader gets out of the way, he thinks, you know what, I'm not getting involved in this. Oh no, he actually rejoins in front of the 79. That impedes massively on their efforts. That is really, really not a good day for them. And Ben Hitz has got a penalty for some reason, not too sure why. That's the 89. That's the F1 Bros racing car. We're in the closing stages now. It's 2.2 seconds coming into Brooklands and Luffield. He's really got to make sure he hits every single apex, and Mantis Reeks will be doing the same up front in that Team Rookie Monster car. On board with On-Off Racing once more. And the gap's now 2.5, coming down towards Magus and Beckett's. And it was a slightly better sector for them because it is slowly coming down, 2.4, 2.3 seconds. Every single second counts. 30 minutes still to go. Sounds like a lot of time, but that will be gone in no time at all. He's got to be careful he doesn't make any silly mistakes, because that will cost him this position as well. That podium spot means quite a bit to them because they came third last time round. Wonder if his teammate Nicholas will come into the commentary box for a few kind words. Potentially, as his teammate does battle out on circuit, give us an insight as to what the team is thinking right now. Now Mantis going low off circuit, not too sure why. Of course the slipstream won't really have much of an effect at this distance. It's usually within about 1.2 seconds that we start to see the minor effects of the slipstream. But both cars now coming down towards Cops. That has knocked off at least 0.3 seconds now. So Charlie Rigo really trying to push that prototype to the limit. This is going to be close, ladies and gents. This is why we love endurance racing. You know, all the strategies are played out. Everything unfolds as it should. And this is going to be a bad moment for Mantis Rigas. He gets held up by the GT3 car. Here comes Charlie Rigo taking advantage of the situation. He's going to be right on the tail of Mantis Rigas as he comes towards Stowe. GT3 hasn't impeded him as much as I thought it would have done, but he still gets on by. In this case, it's going to be Charlie Riga that once again gets the bad end of this stick as it comes through the apex of Stowe, trying to apply the throttle as quickly as he can, gets past without losing any time at all. In fact, he hasn't made up much ground or lost any. So both cars in exactly the same situation as before. Although as you come through the exit of club, it's down to 1.9. So he's found that extra point or tenth or two. And it's all about keeping those tyres in the optimal temperature as well. So he's got to be careful he doesn't push too much, otherwise the scrubbing will become too much and he will eventually lose overall pace. So much to consider in a sim like R Factor 2, so much to think about how you manage the car. You can't just focus on the lap by lap. You have to think about where's the tyres, you know, what the temperatures are doing, how much am I pushing the car, the temperatures inside the engine bay, everything matters. .5 seconds. He's really starting to push, and that's because Mantis Rikas is stuck behind the second of the Simco cars there. Any such luck for On-Off Racing, because of course Mantis will be hoping that that is the case. He's going to go down the inside for Cops. That's going to compromise his entry just ever so slightly. But what about the exit? He's using all of the track available. 1.2 seconds coming into Magus and Beckett's with 30 minutes remaining. And yet there's another car in Mantis Rikas' way. Team Rookie Monsters really catching the GT3s at the worst possible times, and this is allowing the 79, oh, he nearly goes onto the grass just to avoid the 5 from AC Simsports. We go into the last few closing moments of the race. 1.2 seconds now. Just quickly having a look, see if there's any other battles about to take place. No, this is the one to watch. And this will not be easy for Charlie Rigo to pull this off. Mantis Ricus will be defending that position with tooth and nail to the closing stages here. Another GT3 that's in the way. It's the 91 Ferrari. Oh, I nearly thought that maybe on-off racing we're going to tap the inside line, and the Ferrari's coming back down on them. No contact given. Nicely yielded there by the Ferrari. Doesn't want to get involved and gives them just the right amount of space. 0.6 seconds coming down onto Wellington Straight. Charlie Rigo is really pushing, putting every single card he has on the table right now. He wants that podium position. You can tell from the outside, from these camera angles right here, that he wants to win that third place spot. Same goes for Mantis Ricus as well. They are leading the championship. They weren't in the best of positions at the 3-hour mark, so in order to come home with a podium spot will be really helpful towards their championship hopes. The gap is now 0.8 seconds, 0.6 coming down to the apex. Another GT3 car, no less one of the sister Team Rookie Monster machines in the form of the 73 Ferrari. And it is now come down to this 1.5 seconds, 0.1 second gap. He's going to go for the outside line in Stowe. Is he going to try and get the switch back? Go deep into the apex and try and get it? No, he's not there just yet. Going on board with on-off racing and the 79. Gap has widened just slightly as we come across the start finish into Abbey. And braking for Village once more. The gap has widened up to 0.3 seconds now. It's under the braking zones, it appears, that on-off racing seem to have a slight advantage. Get that car tucked in nicely, both on the power at pretty much the same point. 0.3 seconds, that slipstream doing its thing. Oh, and a bit of a moment there for Charlie Rigo. Just couldn't get the car to slow down enough to hit the apex, and of course that's impeded his exit momentum. Some more GT3 traffic coming into play here now, following Mantis Ricus as he comes down towards the braking zone at Stowe. Here comes on-off racing, looking slightly for an opportunity down the inside, but they know they're not close enough just as of yet. Here's one of the Simco, or no, sorry, that's Daniel Ersling who is sitting in second. On-off racing don't know where to go. They're going to try it around the outside, which they do. Nicely yielded by the GT3s once again. And they both slide on through. 0.4 seconds still separating them. This is one way to end an endurance race, ladies and gents. This is what we love to see here in this championship. That's all. It all doesn't end in tears though. Certainly close enough. Oh, and there's one of the Juice Motorsport prototypes. He's just decided to yield as well, get out of the way. And that's one thing I love about this championship as well. The guys that race here, they know when there's a good battle on hand, and they, you know, if they're not fighting for anything themselves, if they're not at risk at losing a position themselves, they will get out of the way because they know how good it is to go wheel to wheel at the end of one of these events. So 1 more time around Silverstone circuit in the hours of darkness.
This is race control. Drive through for the number 2 LMP2 for causing a collision. No, sorry. Number 4 LMP2 for causing a collision with a GT3.
And that's number 4, which is Royal Blue Racing, I believe. And causing collision with the GT3. So that for a second I was expecting them to say one of our 2 leading cars here, but that is not the case. So they'll have to serve that penalty in the next 3 laps or so. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here with Charlie Riga and Mantis Rikas. And this could be the moment that Charlie's looking for. He's right on the back end of Mantis Rikas. He had nowhere to go though, that's the only problem. The opportunity was there, but the track space was not. And now we must wait for further opportunities to present themselves. Mantis doing a brilliant job of keeping Charlie Riga at bay. He's trying every single trick in the book. We saw in qualifying how pretty much the top 10 were within a few tenths of one another in their qualifying times. This is certainly being represented now during the racing conditions. Last lap times for you were 150.6 and then 150.4 by Charlie Riga, and that was only because of the small incident he had in Club Corner that allowed Mantis to lose those extra 2 tenths. So other than that, they are pretty much evenly matched here in the closing stages. 23 minutes left. And, ooh, green flag breakdown cover. Get breakdown cover. That covers 100%. Thank you very much, emails. Thank you very much. Just... okay, yeah, that happened. Usually I turn everything off, so for whatever reason that's reactivated. But whatever. Back to what's important right now. My renewal is coming up, for those of you who are wondering. That's probably why I got that email. Anyway. Charlie Riga still firmly attached to the back end of the Team Ricky Monster car. 0.2 seconds as he comes into Abbey once more. And this is the part where the driver's brain really does switch on, analysing every detail of your competitor. You need to know what their mistakes are, where they are slower than you, where they are faster than you, and this will all be information that you process in order to make sure that when you decide to go for that move, you will be able to make it stick. Cops corner. Gap starting to widen just ever so slightly by the smallest of margins, up to half a second now, before coming down once again to the braking zone at Stowe. I mean, I would try to look elsewhere. One of the cars have gone into pit lane, not too sure which that was, as we've got the Corvette from the 13, Go Team Racing, is the next in line to be overtaken by this battling duo. Both get by in the nick of time before the apex of the first corner. more seconds again. 20 minutes remaining here at the 6 Hours of Silverstone. And this podium position up for grabs. Another GT3 car. It's the number 5 from AC Simsports that is in Mantis Reeks' way. Team Rookie Monsters impeded once again. Here comes that slipstream into effect. Is it going to be enough though to take an advantage or make an advantage? Closing. Here we go, ladies and gents. Charlie Rigo onto the outside line on the approach towards Stowe. It's not going to be enough excess speed though to make the move stick. You could always try going deep into the corner and get the switch back, but it's just not enough momentum, and Mantis Ricus is far too experienced to fall for a trick like that. Oh, and he's gone too wide on the entry to club, trying to get alongside, trying to push the matter onto Mantis to try and get a move done. No doors opened though. The 77 Bentley now in the way. Of course, traffic management, a very important part of endurance racing here. Here comes Charlie Rigo now, trying to look for an opportunity down into the braking zone at Village. He thinks about it, but not close enough just yet. Thinks, I've got more time to play with here. Oh, and he's going down the inside. Nearly makes contact with the back end of Mantis Ricus there. Nearly collides between those two parties, but luckily knows what he's doing. Decided that's not a good move. I'm going to back out of that. He's going to try into Brooklands now. Just having a little peep, just having a little look down the inside, just hinting at the idea that he's going to, trying to unnerve the driver inside that number 1 machine, trying to make him think twice. Trying to get into the mind of the man currently sitting in 3rd. But to no avail though. He's still cool as a cucumber. Certainly not rattled in any way, just focusing on what he needs to do. And he's doing a brilliant job at it as well. This time further back than previously, so I doubt he will see an opportunity open here for on-off racing. Oh, Mantis actually going quite wide there. This is our leading BMW, and he's going to make a move into club, and it's contact. Yep, a bit of frustration coming into play there, I think, and both of them make contact. A bit of a, I don't know, a bit of desperation perhaps coming into play there. Just wanted to get the move done. He knows he's the faster car inside the 79. Both get underway. He yields the position back to ensure, of course, that he doesn't take it unfairly, which is good sportsmanship all around, ticking all the boxes. But has any damage been caused? That is the question. It's been a great battle up to this point as well. It's still not over and done yet. Down into sector 2, and a penalty for the number 2 machine this time. I believe that was given by the service. Nothing from race control saying that, so it must have exceeded track limits a few times. You can see the 79 trying to assess the damage that's caused. He's now back to 1.2 seconds behind, so maybe some problems starting to emerge now after that bit of contact. Or maybe even rattle Charlie ever so slightly. Maybe he's not able to focus as much anymore. 0.9 seconds, so it's coming back down now. 0.7 seconds. Good exit from Village by Mantis. Not too sure what Charlie's doing on the low end of the circuit. Gap is being maintained by both parties for the time being, although that was a good exit. Oh no, actually, Mantis, yeah, extending that lap now, or that lead, should I say, up to 1.2 seconds as they enter Maggots and Beckett's. Charlie's usually quite stronger through this combination of corners, though. Back down to 1.1. But I think maybe he's starting to carry some damage from that collision earlier. Last lap was a 1:49 from Mantis. Let's see what they do this time by. On to the start-finish straight they go. Let's see what kind of times we've got on the board. He's actually made up quite a bit of ground. And last lap time for Charlie Riego. It's not come up for some reason. That is very strange indeed. But Mantis Rica's doing 1:49.3. I should imagine that Charlie is doing very similar lap times. He's starting to close back the time lost now. It's back to 0.5 seconds as we come across some GT3 traffic in the form of the 99 from Ultimate Motorsports. It is really starting to slow down Mantis. The blue light is flashing vigorously as they both now go. That is really close as they both try to occupy the inside line towards Cops now. Really amazing stuff here in the closing stages at the end of round 2. Great camera shot as they come through sector 2. And we've seen this situation before. Mantis Rica's trying to go defensive. Here comes the slipstream playing its part in this great duo. And the same situation again. Defends the inside line. On-off Racing have no choice but to wait for another opportunity. And it could be down here. No, it's not. Another GT3 impedes the way. That is the 91 Ferrari. And here comes On-off Racing on the exit of the corner. He's trying to use the excess speed. The gap is an advantage. They're too wide coming into Abbey, who's going to have the advantage. And it is still Mantis and the number 1 machine. We've got Chris Gonzalez in P6 now, also behind, so be interesting to see what their take is on this. They're trying to get by one of the other Rookie Monster Ferraris who are still in this fight. I'd expect the 33 to not get involved at all. Coming through Brooklands, he makes a small bit of ground. Oh, and the 33s get involved. He is the faster of the all involved. I mean, his last lap time was 1:49.9. These guys are doing 1:51s at the moment, so they're about 2 laps down off that pace. Where is the 33 trying to catch? He's not got really anyone to fight at the moment. He's 14 seconds ahead of the next car behind, which is the number 4, and he's 80 seconds behind the car ahead, which is the number 2 Team Rookie Monster machine. So hopefully he doesn't decide to get involved in this fight, but that would have unnerved Charlie ever so slightly, seeing that car come down the inside. Which would be a really shame or a really big shame to end the race on that kind of note. Oh, and a bit of teamwork coming into play here. The 79 just sneaks on through. That Ferrari probably wasn't there on purpose. I don't think there was any team orders, but certainly they would have known that the number one was in battle and coming through very shortly. Now we are into the final 10 minutes here, ladies and gents. 10 minutes still remaining, and still a lot of work to be done by both parties for third place in class. There is another battle starting to develop in GT3. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. They are 1.5 seconds apart at the moment. And that is for P7 in class, no less. Of course, we will keep an eye on this one for the time being. Guarantee as soon as we switch over to the GT3s, a move will be made in the LMP2 field. Some more GT3 traffic coming into play just ahead. We probably will catch it before we enter Stowe, or just as we enter Stowe. That is the second place Ferrari, still in the hands of Daniel Ersling at the moment. Bit of a mistake there from Charlie. Goes a bit deep into club. That's going to cost him a bit of time, which it does. Starting to go up to about 0.7 seconds. But the Ferrari has brought him back into play. 0.4 seconds now. Coming down towards turn 1. Looks like the 33 wants in on the action as well. Guess the adrenaline pumping a bit, seeing these guys so close. Really good entry into Village by Charlie Rigo for the 79. 0.4 seconds separating them now as they go on to Wellington Straight. This is really close stuff, but we are actually running out of time now. 8 minutes still left. He's got to make a move and he's got to make it stick. When's it going to be though? When's he finally going to make the move? .5 seconds once more. That other battle is still at 1.8 seconds between the two cars. That is the number 3 and the 91, which is Team Rookie Monsters and the Scuderia Ferrari team. Wasn't a great apex there from on-off racing in turn 1, but they're making up lost ground. Here we go into Village. They just took off about 0.3 seconds under that braking zone alone. Back up to racing speed as we come onto Wellington Straight once more. Into Brooklands. Bit of traffic up in the distance. Slipstream doing its thing, 0.3 seconds. This widens slightly as we go through Mags and Beckett's one more time. And now coming up to 5 minutes remaining at the end of this lap. What other options would be going through their minds right now? Analyze every single detail. Where will the opportunity exist? And Mantis, from his perspective. Hang on a minute. Ah, the overlay. The overlay is incorrect. You've got to be shitting me. Let me just give this a quick refresh, ladies and gents. Yes, it is the end of the race. I love technology. I really do. That was very anticlimactic, wasn't it? So that was actually... Okay. Okay. Thank you, overlay. Anyway. Session results for you, ladies and gents. It was Moseb Benamar for Black Hawk Racing that take home that victory win for Black Hawk Racing, their first victory of the season. And Timothy Goer for Go Team Racing, they're taking home their second silver prize for this season too. They came home second place 2 weeks ago, and they come home in second this time round as well. Mantis Rikas did everything he needed to do to hold them off for that final stretch, and Charlie Rico has to settle for 4th place. In 5th place rather is the number 2 from Team Rookie Monsters, Robert Pawn, and then in P6 is Chris Gonzalez. In P7 you've got Royal Blue Racing, and in 8th Bros Racing Oracle with Ben Hitz taking it home, and then Juicy's Motorsport Club in P9. Moving on to the GT3s, it's Luna Racing who take home pole position and the victory in P10 overall. And in second, it's Daniel Erstling from Bros Racing. Had a great battle with Malcolm Smith in the Team Rookie Monster Ferrari there, alongside the 18 as well, before they run into their own issues. Malcolm Smith likewise takes home P3, with Balas Kiss coming home in P4. And in P5 we have the 19 of Simco Racing, and 6 goes to Go Team Racing in their Corvette C7. Bradley Sellers comes home in the next valuable position, with the 91 from Scuderia Racing rounding out those top positions. AC Simsports, a good job from them. They are still in the top 10, as is the number 111 with Minato Boffa Sim Racing. And then we move on to our sad, unfortunate long list of DNFs after Ultimate Sports in the 99 with Chris Thompson. Or Tompkins, my apologies, sorry. Fortunately, all the rest of them run into some problem or another as we come into the final order of things. 33 that started. Apologies again why the overlay did that, not too sure why. But points are going to be awarded now at the 6 hour mark. So, if you have enjoyed the live stream, ladies and gents, feel free to subscribe and give us a thumbs up before you leave for this evening. Really does help us reach more potential teams for you all to race. And if you are new to here, then please visit our website at checkerflagsinsports.com. You can join the action where we've got 2 championships running at present. That's all from us here at Checkered Flag Simsports. We hope you have enjoyed the race this afternoon, and from us it's good night and goodbye. Take care out there.